Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Market Performance and Planning Forum, Quarter 3 for September 27, 2023. My name is Brenda Corona on behalf of the Stakeholder Affairs Group. We welcome you to our quarterly forum. Today, we do have a quite many topics to discuss today. I will be going over those. But first, let's go ahead and give everyone a heads up on the pre-register process about joining our meetings. We do apologize we haven't been able to communicate this a week ago, but we started doing this pre-registration, which is required for all future stakeholder meetings. In order to join, you will be sent an email link with that information. You'll also be sent an email link an hour before the meeting. And this is a new way to have more of a transparency aspect towards the people who are registered online. My event producer, Tegan, will be assisting in providing that link with all the attending names who are on this call. Therefore, the WebEx feature that we used to have was able to see everyone on the call, but unfortunately we can't, the WebEx feature now doesn't have that capability. So as a reminder, if you did not receive any emails in regards to when you registered, please work with your system administrator to make sure you're whitelisted in your domain. That's also been something we've been seeing with other people having their emails, pre-registering emails sent to their spam or junk mail. So just a heads up on that. For this quarterly forum, this engages different stakeholders to review market performance issues, a high dialogue and release planning implementation, and new market enhancements. So for this dialogue, we help encourage people sharing ideas as well, providing any feedback to any of our subject matter experts and management groups that are here to present. As well, this call is recorded and will be posted within 2 to 3 business days. So we also encourage that you do not, no reprinting of any of the material without the IOS's permission. So at this time, since we are having a little bit of a longer meeting, we are asking people to keep comments brief and refrain from repeating information that was previously mentioned. So we could always answer questions through chat as well if you do have a question that was asked before. As for today's call, we do have a way of asking questions, both verbal and through chat. Well, if you do have a verbal question, make sure you select the raise hand icon located in the lower toolbar in the middle of your screen. There, when you do click on the hand, your hand will be raised and will be on the right side of the screen and we'll show your name. Please make sure you don't unmute yourself. My event producer, Tegan, will call on you and unmute you. Before you state your name, please be sure to state your name and affiliation before making the comment. As well, for those who are dialed into the phone line, pressing #2 will add you to our queue. During the call, if you do experience any technical issues, let myself know or my event producer, Tegan, and also Kyle will be joining us in the next hour to help out with any questions. And then we'll go ahead and get started. As for today's objective, we are planning on having a dialogue with implementation and planning and market performance issues. So this diagram is just pretty much the same repetition of what we showed in the past, but more of a way to introduce that we're starting to increase dialogue with 2023, 2024 release plans based on stakeholder input, as well focus on implementing planning, external impacts, and also clarifying timelines. So that would be mostly important within the first part of the agendas that we're going to be discussing with policy and both release plans. So we are changing up the structure of this meeting from the past. So for today's call, we will be discussing for the first half hour the policy update with Jillian, and she will be discussing a few slides from all the initiatives and providing updates, and followed by Trang, who will be providing a release update for the half an hour after that. The reason why we decided to break this up is to give stakeholders the opportunity to listen to some of the key issues and updates from these two major groups. And after we do finish those updates, we'll go ahead and transition to market analysis and forecasting team, who has a lot of updates to provide. We will be kicking off this dialogue first with the summary market performance in July 2023, and then we'll go ahead and dive into the market performance updates with all these separate different topics. So the topics we'll include in today's meeting will be congestion revenue rights, FRP performance, assistance energy transfer, price, gas, and wholesale costs, load conformance, batteries, and other general market performance. So fast for all those topics, there will be slides, but also we will do our very best to get to most of them. We do have a lot of speakers and presenters from that group that will be part of our panelist group, so they'll be joining us. So when the time comes, we will be sure to make their proper introductions prior to them speaking. So we will go ahead and make sure we have everyone on our team here ready for the first hour or so. Just giving a little bit of a quick update and making sure we have everything. So Jillian, how are you? I want to double check on how you're doing on your audio. I do see you unmuted. Let's go ahead and get started. I will help you out with moving the slides.
Thank you, Brenda. Good morning, everybody. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. All right, let's dive in because I think, Brenda, as you noted, there is a packed agenda today, so I'm sure we'd love to get through our routine policy updates and get into the meaty stuff. My dogs always get super excited when I'm speaking on a call, so I apologize in advance for their contributions to the policy update. We can go to the next slide and jump right in to the greenhouse gas coordination working groups. So I think probably lots of people are already involved in this effort. We've held greenhouse gas coordination working groups already in August and this month, September. We have an upcoming meeting in October. And the scope of the working groups is really to review market operations, accounting, as well as WIM and EDAM GHG accounting design, consideration of all the different GHG reduction policies across states in the West, and then always the sticky wicket of emissions tracking, analysis, and accounting in support of market participants. So the working groups will really help lay the foundation for a GHG action plan that will ultimately inform a policy initiative. So yes, stay tuned for that upcoming working group in October. You can go to the next slide. Our other, we have several working group efforts ongoing, as you know. So another one is the gas management working groups, in which we're revisiting existing gas resource participation options and challenges and identifying potential participation gaps and possible solutions. Working groups are scheduled to take place through fall, and I don't have that schedule right in front. Actually, I do have that schedule right in front of me, but I do not see one scheduled already for October, but one that's coming up in October. So stay tuned for a market notice on natural gas management working groups. We can go to the next slide, I think. Okay, so for those of you who are tuned in to the CPM changes, you know that Track 2 was approved at the Board of Governors just this month. And the scope of that was very, I see the little claps, that's fantastic. Yes, we're happy to get that one through. And that increased the CPM soft offer cap from $6.31 a kilowatt month to $7.34 a kilowatt month. And we can look forward to, more holistic changes to that being considered in upcoming initiatives. But for now, we can check that one off the list. We can go to the next slide. Okay, energy storage enhancements. So the scope of this effort was to develop market enhancements to efficiently dispatch storage resources. And the summer 2023 Track 1 was activated July 1st. And we look forward to activation of Track 2 at the beginning of November. We can go to the next slide. Okay, ancillary service state of charge constraint. This one, this is a follow-up to the ISO's September tariff amendment regarding ancillary service storage state of charge requirements and related uplift payments. you know, the initiative will consider potential additional revisions needed following that tariff amendment. We were hoping to have a straw proposal. I think you'll see the change here. We were initially hoping to have a straw proposal on this initiative the end of this year. We're now expecting that schedule is gonna slip just a bit, and we're aiming for a straw proposal in Q1 of next year. Okay, Brenda, we can go to the next one. Day ahead market enhancements. This one is, you know, there's an enormous effort for everybody. I know it feels like we've already passed a lot of milestones associated with this, including board approval, draft tariff language, final tariff language, FERC filing. We certainly have a lot of work to do with implementation, and workshops in support of that are to be scheduled. So those are forthcoming. I don't have dates for you yet, but please stay tuned. And we appreciate your participation in those implementation workshops. Okay,
Jillian?
we can go ahead with, yes, of course.
We did get 2 questions. Can we go ahead and take those just in case before we move on to a different initiative?
Yeah.
Okay, Tegan, let's go ahead and unmute Callie Wells from Gridwell.
Hi, Jillian. It's Callie Wells with WPTF.
Good morning,
Can
Callie.
you hear me? Good morning. Hey, quick question on the ancillary service state of charge, and I guess somewhat related to energy storage enhancements efforts. So I know when energy storage enhancements was implemented, they did decide not to move forward with changing the state of charge formulation for regulation assumptions. And they held an extra workshop after that to kind of consider three different ways of moving forward. Has that effort found a home yet in one of these initiatives? So is like the ancillary service state of charge effort going to take that on now? And is that what that slightly expanded scope was?
You know, I believe so. I don't have my subject matter expert on that, and I know that was a bit of a moving target, as you rightly point out. I can take that down as a note, Callie, and we can follow up offline. It's a really good question. I think Danny Johnson will be on the call later on during MPPF. So if we can catch his attention on that, that would be great. But otherwise, let me take it down as a question, and I will follow up with you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You bet.
So this is Trang Vo. If I may, Jillian, add comments here. Okay, so Callie, I believe, and I'm sorry, I might have missed part of the question, but you're referring to the AS constraints that were not implemented as part of ESE Track 1, is that right?
Correct.
And
yeah.
that's what you're Okay, so for that, we actually do have updates that I was going to cover in the release update, but I can just preempt those here right now since you asked the question. So as you mentioned, we had a stakeholder discussion in August, and we actually do have a revised formulation for that ASSOC constraint, and we actually plan to open that up for market simulation October 3rd through the 13th, and it will still be an independent effort that does not, that will run in parallel with the ESE Track 2 efforts, but we will be testing it in MAP, or offering it for testing in the MAP stage environment in October with the intent to activate by November 1st, if depending on the results and the outcome of that. So, and again, of course, any information that Jillian or Danny want to provide later they can do that, but that is our plan from the implementation side as of now.
Okay, I really appreciate that clarification. If you want me to hold off on follow-up questions, I can, but is there going to be an opportunity for stakeholders to see that revised formulation? Because I know that the meeting that we had kind of talked about 3 options. And so I'm just curious where that conversation took place as to the CAISO deciding which option to go and which formulas, and if there's an opportunity for stakeholder engagement.
Sure. So I can share that we do plan to publish a memo out that will provide additional details as far as, you know, the details that you're asking about now, how we came to that formulation and what that formulation is. I'm not sure, and I can't confirm at this time that that will be in the memo, but I do know that we plan to provide additional detail about the background, as you said, our plan forward, and how to validate that in market simulation. So that should be out within the next couple of weeks. Actually, next week is October already, so I would say that that would be out by next week.
Okay, I really appreciate the extra information. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Thanks, Jillian.
No, Trang, thank you so much for jumping in. That was a great discussion. And Callie, if you have any other questions that Danny and I can help answer on that as you get closer to that market sim, let us know. Let's see. Okay, so day-ahead market enhancements, implementation workshops TBD, but forthcoming. Please keep an eye out. And then I think we can go to the next slide, Brenda.
We do have Alva from PG&E.
Oh,
Would that be okay?
Of course, I forgot there were two questions. Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning, Julian. This is Alva Svoboda from PG&E. Callie took most of what I was going to ask about, but the one thing I did want to also inquire about was the intent originally was that the ASSOC tariff revisions would be they call a mini stakeholder process. Is there going to be any opportunity to have input before the Q1 proposal comes out? We had some comments at FERC, and I'm just, or maybe just some indication of the direction you're looking, as opposed to just having something dropped on us in January. That's my question. Thanks.
Thanks, Alva. I don't know of anything planned, but I certainly can pass along that that question, and it's a reasonable request to have some more insight. I don't know if you want to maybe just have a one-on-one conversation, or if you would, if you're looking for an actual workshop prior to Q1. What was it that you were?
Well, I thought a workshop would probably be appropriate because it's tariff revisions, but I'm certainly I'm interested in making sure we have our point of view heard, but I think it might be something which would interest others who've been affected by this, what you can call a clawback, or the rescission of the bid cost recovery payments. So I mean, I would think it might be a slightly larger group than just myself.
Sure. No, that's great feedback, and I'll pass that along to the folks who are leading that effort. I don't see anybody in the presenter group, and I can't see the rest of the attendees, so I don't know if we've got those subject matter experts on at this point in the call, but I will certainly pass that feedback along. Thank you for that. Brenda, do we have any other questions?
I don't see any more questions. We can definitely check on questions, but no questions at this time.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so extended day-ahead market. As you're well familiar with the scope of this, extending the day-ahead market to WEIM entities. And you're also well aware that in February, the CAISO board and the WEIM governing body approved that, and the tariff was filed with FERC at the end of August. I know that there were comments received on that, and we are working on reply comments. So there's a flurry of activity in the background on that. But that's the update on EDAM for now. Brenda, can we go to wheeling, or otherwise known as transmission services and market scheduling priorities? Again, this has been approved by the board and has been filed with FERC. That was at the end of July, and we have ongoing stakeholder tariff development targeting January 2024 for Track 2, which includes long-term wheeling and upgrades. So that is the status of the wheeling initiative. We're working on those Track 2 tariff changes. Price formation enhancements is our third effort that's going through the intensive process of the working groups. Those will kick off. Those kicked off in September. and we're looking forward to those culminating in a straw proposal the end of this year or the beginning of next year. Okay, EDAM ISO BAA participation rules. That was approved by the Board of Governors in our September meeting. For those of you that were dialed into that initiative, you know that was a working with a set of rules for the settlement of transfer revenues, transmission revenue, and you know how the ISO's balancing authority area will use the net export constraint. So a set of complicated rules laid out in that initiative, now approved, and we're working on preparing for the tariff filing at the end of this year. And then let's see, plan PRR initiation to further define usages of the net export constraint. And I apologize for the note in that slide. I missed that one, should have taken that one out. Confirming with Heather, apologies for that. You can go to the next slide. Okay. Generation deliverability methodology review. This was an initiative that we began to respond to concerns about access to deliverability for resources, seeking to compete in the procurement processes. This one's still at the beginning stages, not the beginning stages, but we're not quite to the draft final proposal yet, and this date has slipped a little bit. We're hoping to get the final proposal out at the end of October, with the aim of a stakeholder meeting on November 6th. Those dates are not set in stone yet, but still aiming for a Q4 ISO board meeting. So it's going to be a flurry of activity here at the end of 2023 on generation deliverability. Let's see, I think the next one is rules of conduct enhancement. So the first track of the Rule of Conduct Enhancement Initiative was completed in September, also culminating in WEIM governing body and CAISO Board of Governors approval. Quite a few things went to the board in September, so it was a busy time, and a lot of these updates reflect the culmination of all of that work. But we have the second track to look forward to that will be examining other enhancements and to the rules of conduct. And I don't have dates yet on that, but stay tuned. I know that discussions have already started on that, so we should see activity on track 2 soon. Okay, and then interconnection process enhancements, track 2. Track 1 is completed. Track 2 focuses on very targeted modifications to the interconnection process. We've posted a straw proposal on that when we're hoping for stakeholder comments on October 12th. And then posting the draft final proposal at the end of November prior to Thanksgiving. I can't believe we're at the end of the year already. Looking forward to the final proposal and tariff language at the beginning of the new year, and a Q1 Board of Governors meeting.
Also, Jillian, just a note for those who are on the call, we do have that call meeting tomorrow for the straw proposal from 9 to 2 or 9 to 3 p.m.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you, Brenda. Good reminder. Okay, and then this is my, my last slide. We are currently working on updates to the processes surrounding the policy initiatives catalog and roadmap. We've heard resoundingly from stakeholders that that process is a little bit unwieldy and not as transparent as it could be. And so we'd really like to better get and reflect stakeholder input on our on discretionary initiatives that should be included in the roadmap. We're really working hard to, in addition, behind the scenes, coordinate the policy roadmap process and all the prioritization that goes into that with other internal prioritization efforts that go on here at the ISO to make sure that it's very holistic and represents what is feasible from the ISO's perspective, in addition to what is desirable from a stakeholder perspective, and really tying that all together under the umbrella of the strategic goals. So we're excited to roll out those ideas for your consideration and feedback. And that will kind of kick off with a workshop that we are holding on October 24th from 1 to 3. And so at that point, we'll sort of lay out what we envision as some good changes to those processes, get your feedback, and you'll see more information on that in a market notice coming out the week of October 16th. And Brenda, I think that's my last slide, but I wonder if there are any questions for me.
Yes, there is. Dan Williams, go ahead, you're unmuted.
Energy Authority. This may be a bit of a transition to Trang as well, but do you have maybe a high-level estimate for when the ISO will be kind of giving stakeholders some more information on the just overall kind of release/project plan for DAME and EDAM over the 2024-25 horizon there, just so we can start to get an idea of kind of when different milestones might be reached in the implementation for that, or what's planned for that? Would that come later in 2023, or are we thinking like after the FERC filing process wraps up, then we'll get kind of the release plan work done?
That's a great question, and I know there's a tremendous amount of work anticipated for those efforts. So I understand the need to get your arms around it as soon as possible. I actually don't have that, but I think maybe Trang will have some of that. I hate to put you on the spot, Trang, or maybe you have that in your presentation upcoming.
No problem at all. It's a great question, as you mentioned, that we anticipate that customers have. So I will touch on that too, and it's not very much more than what Jillian provided, which is that we are working through the replanning. What I can share, and I have in my presentation later on, is just the note that what the current expectation is with the activation or onboarding shifting out 1 year. The anticipation is that an expectation is that the deployment or the implementation of the code will shift 1 year also. So instead of fall 2024, we would see that go to fall 2025. And I would say that we're working on providing more information. It may be more realistic to expect that in the beginning of 2024, as we're really scrutinizing the schedule and evaluating that. But I would say that if you take the timelines that we have communicated for a fall 2024 implementation with the spring 2025 activation and shift out a year, that's going to be a good kind of baseline to start your planning. And then as we validate that and have more certainty, I think that you can expect that more to be confirmed or adjusted and communicated in the beginning of 2024.
Okay, thanks so much for that extra information, and we'll stay tuned.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Jillian. I appreciate your updates. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next topic. But we do have Chen Yu. I do see Chen Yu there. Let's go ahead and call in Chen Yu from PG&E.
From PG&E. Trang, I think this is more for CAISO's PMO. I very much agree with Dan there. We also very much wanting to know how the DAM and EDAM activation ship will impact the actual implementation schedule and the milestones that's set for the 2024 and 2025. And I don't know, I mean, I just basically just want to reiterate the importance to know how it's CAISO going to plan and whether that's going to be the main focus is still going to be for those two initiatives or whether the other initiatives will come into picture and impact the schedule of the dam and the EDAM. I think that basically I just want to emphasize that we have strong interest to know that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chenyu. I can speak to that more when I cover that in the release planning update, but noted, understood.
Great. Before we go to Trang, we do want to announce that we're going to be sending out that in the meeting chat, the attendee list to everyone who's on the call. Tegan is going to prepare that link for everyone to download through Excel. But this time, feel free to send us any questions through chat and also raise your hand. Thanks so much. So we'll go ahead and have Trang take the floor. Go ahead, Trang.
Right, thank you and good morning. Thank you for joining. I'm really looking forward to providing some updates today on the release plan. Just for awareness for some of this audience that may not be aware, these release plan updates are provided in the release user group that takes place every other Tuesday, and that's on the public calendar. So we had our last release user group forum where we presented these updates last Tuesday, and our next one will be next Tuesday, and then every 2 weeks from then on. So if you're interested in continuing to receive implementation updates and engage in the regular release forum conversations, please you're welcome to join those. And we look forward to having you there. So we'll start here with the release plan summary. So for fall 2023 release, we have the MIC enhancements, the Washington WEIM greenhouse gas enhancements, and which have the interim solution effective May 1st. We have our WEIM resource efficiency evaluation enhancements phase 2, track 2 for post-task curtailment. And then the new item here that you'll see that I touched on a little bit earlier is the energy storage enhancements revised formulation of attenuation factors. Then we also have our normal fall implementation for energy storage enhancements track 2, and then hybrid resources 2C metered quantities. For our independent efforts, we have our variable O&M cost review, our URL changes, the operations notification system implementation, as well as our TR system upgrade. Coming up next in the horizon will be 2024 releases, including transmission service and market scheduling priorities phase 2, transmission exchange agreement, RSEE phase 2 track 3 for DR inclusion, and then hybrid resources phase 2C remaining scope for REMS, and then our CRR system upgrade. And then you'll see in future releases DAME and EDAM. So it looks like we have a hand up. I'll take that now. Michael?
Factors.
Produce.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Now I can. Yeah.
Yeah, just a heads up. So I downloaded the presentation right before the call started, and the revised formulation of the attenuation factors is not listed on that presentation on this slide, but obviously is on the slides that you're presenting. So given the importance of that item, you may want to republish the slides to the website because there's obviously old slides out there.
Oh, understood. And I apologize for that. I did make a last minute update. So I'll work with Brenda on that afterwards. Thank you for the comment. All right, great. So let's go ahead and move forward. So we have a quick update just on release communication. It's just a notification of how to submit inquiries and questions related or comments related to the release in City, and then also an email contact for release inquiries and comments at the ISO. Let's go on to the next slide. We'll cover fall 2023 release. We'll start with the matrix, and so usually I will call the upcoming and remaining activities, as well as anything that's changed since the last update. So in our tariff space, the remaining item is going to be our FERC response that we've requested by October 1st for the activation of energy storage enhancements track 2. So we're hoping to get that response from FERC by next week, hopefully this week. In the BRS space, we did have revisions to RSEE Phase 2 Track 2, which I will cover, and the nature of that is the priority types, some updates to priority types, as well as how that data will show in CMRI. For Energy Storage Enhancements Track 2, we also had a BRS revision recently as well. In the Settlements Config Guide space, we have the second draft config that was published in September, and our next milestone there will be our pre-production draft config file for October 18th, and then the settlements deployment for the fall will take place on October 25th. No changes in the tech specs. For the market simulation, we did end up adjusting the market simulation for RSEE Phase 2 Track 2 and extending the hybrid resources Phase 2C metered quantities market simulation. You'll see that auto production activation for the fall is currently set for trade date November 1st of 2023. However, as mentioned in the last forum, we do see risk with RSEE Phase 2 Track 2 because we are not able to start the market simulation yet for these scenarios. And so once we're able to have a schedule for executing the scenarios for RSEE Phase 2 Track 2, then we will evaluate the production activation timeline that makes sense for the inadequate market simulation period. So RSEE Phase 2 Track 2 may move past November 1st. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. This is just a matrix of the systems impacted by project. We can go past this. All right. And for system interface changes, I'm not going to go over this in detail. This summarizes the UI and the API changes and sometimes the data changes that are related to the systems impacted with the fall. These are covered in the technical user group also and the market simulation forum. So they're here for your reference, but Brenda, we can go past these slides as well. All right. So let's go to MIC enhancements for the detailed slide. We can go to the milestones on the next slide, Brenda. All right. So we had a BRS revision last in September 6th, just a minor revision there. And you can see that the remaining implementation activities are really wrapping up that market simulation at the end of this month and then gearing up for the activation for production November 1st. Any questions or comments on this one? Okay, actually I'll go through the, and then I'll stop at the end of the fall release for any other questions or comments. So let's go on to the next slide. For Washington WEIM greenhouse gas enhancements, let's go to the milestones here, please. All right. So for this one, we have the unstructured testing in the market simulation environment now, and that is going through the end of this month. And we, again, had the interim solution active as of May 1st, and then the full implementation will be active for trade date November 1st, 2023. No additional milestones here. Okay, let's go on to the next initiative. Okay, this is just a reminder of the May 1st interim solution for GHG, so we can go past this and then into RSE. Let's go to the milestone slide, please. Okay, so for this, you'll see that we had a couple of BRS revisions in the last week. We had a version 1.4, which I'll go over the details for again, and then 1.41, which is just a minor revision on top of that. For this one, it is important to note that we do have market simulation in progress now for limited functionality, and there are scenarios, including the pro rata curtailment structure scenario, that are not available yet that don't currently have a start date. So we plan to, we're targeting for the second phase of this market simulation, including the pro rata curtailment structure scenario and the remaining functionality, to be to start in October and be executed in October. With that, we realized that there's still risk and uncertainty to that schedule, and so that may impact the production date. So production may move past November 1st. So I wanted to note too that while we make attempts to keep the release intact to all deploy and activate at the same time to minimize impacts to our customers and for efficiencies on our side, we are currently assessing having RSEE Phase 2 Track 2 activate later than the rest of the fall release, and letting the remaining scope of the fall release activate November 1st, with this one being an exception. And if anybody has feedback on that, then we're happy to take that into consideration as we continue planning the production activation of this initiative. Okay. All right, let's go ahead to the next slide. Okay, so this covers the most recent revisions before 1.4. So this is 1.3 in September. So we can go to the next slide that covers 1.4 and 1.41. So you'll see that the BRS updates were only for Track 2. And as I mentioned, there's clarifications for the priority types, most notably to separate ETC and TOR as separate market priority types that will be reflected or sent from the market and then reflected in ADS and CMRI. And then the appendix for CMRI was also updated to delete a column as well as show the appropriate valid priority types. So please take a look at that if you're interested, especially while we're testing in the market simulation environment. Okay, we can go on now, please. Okay, so energy storage enhancements Track 2. We already covered the BRS update in September, and that is available. That version 1.4 is available on the release planning page for those that are interested. In the settlement space, we did activate the settlements changes for this initiative in map stage so that the market simulation can run. And let's see, in the market sim space, so the market simulation is in progress right now, and it's set to go through the end of this month. And we have trade dates through this week that will publish into next week and beyond for validation. So the code, of course, will remain in the map stage environment for testing. However, the last of the settlements trade dates will be this week. And production and activation is on track for November 1st. All right, can you please go ahead? Or I think you need to be unmuted.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute earlier. Just want to, the last statement you make there, where the settlement statement this week, it's the last week. So we'll say if we run into any issues during the validation and we see any issues, will CAISO will not be able to continue to provide settlements for next week? We'll say if necessary.
So we're committed to quality and customer readiness. So whenever there's an issue that you find in settlements that does, that prevents you from being able to demonstrate the functionality on your side and have confidence in the product, then we will evaluate that internally and see how we can support you, even up to including additional trade dates, depending on the nature of the issue and the impacts that it has. So I think that's always going to be something that we'll support is issue resolution for successful validation, because we want to make sure that that works for you prior to us going to production. So we can have that conversation when it comes. I know the first set of statements is just publishing now. I think the first trade date is publishing tomorrow. So we're looking forward to the results of that, and we'll continue to work closely with our customers for any additional testing needs, even beyond that window.
Great, thank you, Trang, for the insight. And yeah, understand that has been CAISO's approach. Just want to confirm what I hear. It's right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, good. Then I think we can move on. Okay, so I want to pause here because I will update this slide to provide the detail that I verbally provided earlier. But this Energy and Storage Enhancement Stakeholder Workshop is, again, the precursor, well, first, the continuation from the summer release AS constraints, and then the precursor for this market simulation activity that we're going to offer starting next week. So as mentioned, for that leftover scope from fall, or from summer, we did have this stakeholder meeting in August 3rd where comments were due August 17th. And then internally, the ISO did work to revise the formulation for the attenuation factors, and we're currently just finalizing our analysis of the results of that updated formulation internally. And then we plan to offer this in map stage in parallel with the rest of the fall, but it will be independent, meaning that, you know, if it will follow its own track if there's any shifts to the rest of the fall and vice versa. But nonetheless, when we open this up for Market Sim anticipated October 3rd, then we will also publish a memo that will give more details about the formulation and such. And our activation target for this is November 1st. So that's what I have to share for this. And if there's any other questions, then I'll be happy to take them now. Alva, it looks like we have a hand from Alva.
Yes, thank you so much, Trang. Very much appreciate your going into this. One question I have is whether the solution that CAISO ultimately went with required any changes in software or whether it was simply changes in values, because if it was a change in software, there might be a need for some regression testing as well as just testing the actual feature itself.
Yeah, so I will take that back because I know that there were, you know, even if it was just changes in values, so we have to really clearly distinguish and probably explain what the nature of the changes was, because even if it was just a change in values, I know that we did have to implement that into our software. So it's kind of where do you draw the line between a software change and a value change? Right, so it obviously was not just attenuation factors changed because those are meant to change. But I will see if we can provide that in the memo. Also, some background about you know how deep into the system that change was. But exactly. I don't have anything more for you.
That's
okay,
great.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Alva. Yep. Any other questions or comments on this one? Okay. So it looks like we have another hand in the queue.
Hi, Trang.
line is up.
Thank you. This is Chen Yu from PG&E. Just want to ask a question regarding to this piece. Understand the target is November 1 for going live, but it's the is it has to be go on the first. So if we'll say we run into some testing issues, and is that a flexibility to go live after November, like November 15 or December 1, something like that?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I will tell you a couple of dependencies or considerations. One is that we did have a FERC approval to activate this feature by November 1st. So if we deviate very much from that, you know, it will just result in us having, you know, to make sure that the appropriate notice is made with FERC, which is fine, right? That's just part of the process. Second, again, I want to reiterate our commitment to quality and also for customer readiness and the ability to test this. So as we evaluate that and, you know, there are issues that prevent us from going live, then we would have to go ahead and, you know, have that discussion when we get there. And then from a technical side, my understanding is there is no requirement for the first of the month. There are no, usually when there's a requirement for the first of the month, from a technical perspective, it's because of settlements charge codes, and there are no settlements impacts with this implementation. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. All right, and it looks like we can go to the next person in the queue.
Mike McGuffin, your line is
Mike McGuffin from CES. Just given the problems that we've experienced during the last market sim and everything that is scheduled to go live November 1st, and then October just being generally a busy month for a variety of reasons, can we just go ahead and proactively schedule this for a later release date? I mean, I don't think it's a critical period to get the functionality in, and this deserves the time to adequately test and get everybody on board that it actually works as intended before it goes in. So I just say proactively just decide this is not in November. We don't have sufficient time to test, and this deserves more attention than we can give it in a month.
So that's noted, Mike. So I'll take that. I take a note back to have that discussion with the team also to do a couple of things. One is just, again, how to make sure that this has adequate support with the understanding that we are supporting this market simulation while we have the fall market simulation going on. So we want to make sure that we have a commitment, that we have good support and to facilitate the testing as well as address any issues that may come up, and then also have the discussion about the production activation as well. What may help too is that from a customer perspective, if you have feedback on scenarios that you want to run and a timeline or duration for market simulation testing that you think is appropriate, please share that offline, and then I can also put that into the consideration for our internal review.
Yeah, I think that's possible once we find out what we're actually looking to test and implement. So that'll be key. So thank you.
Thanks for the feedback. All right. Okay, so I have a few minutes left. I'm going to skip through some of the other slides because I'll have the RUG on Tuesday. But let's stop at variable O&M for just a second, please, if you could go back. Okay, so for variable O&M, so this one did get approved by the board last week. And so we were waiting for the board approval prior to doing the filing. So the first filing is planned for the end of this month. And then the BPM changes are already published. So the market instruments PRR 1539 is available for review for this effort as well. And again, we are planning to have this data change effective December 1st. So please take a look at those new and upcoming artifacts if you're interested in this one. Okay. And I think, Brenda, at this point, we can advance all the way to the future releases section, please. All right, so let's start here. Okay. So for the future releases, again, we have transmission service and market scheduling, priority phase 2, and the Terra space. We have the track 2 filing that's targeted for January, and then the production implementation is planned for summer 2024. Transmission exchange agreement also will be part of the summer 2024. And then we have RSEE. Phase 2, track 3 for DR inclusion, that is also at this point targeted for summer 2024 activation. RIN scope is for hybrid resources 2C. It remains independent for 2024. It's completely isolated and not dependent on other systems or projects. Sorry, I should say it's just not dependent on other projects. So that's planned for 2024. And then we have day-ahead market enhancements and extended day-ahead market. So if I just take a moment here. So for the tariff, again, as you're aware, we filed the tariff for DAME and EDAM August 22nd. We did expect or ask for a FERC response by December 21st, and I think later on in those slides I have breakdown of what we're expecting for activation and deployment dates, so we can cover that there. For production activation, you can see now that the deployment for DAME is now planned for 2024 through 2025. So that should indicate that we are still progressing with implementation activities and in 2024. So we expect there to be some, but the code deployment into production will be planned for fall 2025. And then same with EDAM, as the implementation activities will be 2024 to fall of 2025, when we expect the deployment to be in production, and then the onboarding will be spring of 2026. So let's go ahead to the next slide. So I think that at this point, I'd like to just go all the way to the DAME and EDAM slides, please. Okay, so let's go to milestones here. All right, so this is what I was referring to for some of the milestones. Okay, so we already have the markets and scenarios published for DAME, so those should still apply. So that artifact is available now. But then, so for the settlements config guides, you can see the target schedule there, and we still are working towards being able to provide those by then, and then the tech specs by October, so that we would allow as much time for the design and development on the customer side. And then we have the implementation activities for 2024 to 2025 with a fall 2025 deployment. And then the activation of DAME, where it will become financially binding, will be 2026 now. So that will be spring 2026. Okay, so we can go ahead to the question in the queue.
Hi, Payel. Can you go ahead and unmute Shen-Yu, I think? I thought I saw someone else, but I think they dropped off.
Yes, hi, Brenda. Hi, this is Chen-Yu from PG&E. Thanks, Tring, for sharing this. So with the new timeline, I just want to confirm a couple of things. One, looks like the text spec publication still expected on October 31st. And also understand there's a lot of work behind the scene for the CAISO for development and design and development. So are those work will be continue with the new timeline?
So I'm not sure if you're asking specifically about the tech specs in general, but from the tech spec side, so we have the requirements done. And then, so we do still plan on being able to publish the tech specs, and that doesn't need to shift out because, again, we have the requirements already. So I think that the implementation activities that will kind of extend would be the development and then the testing activities. So I hope that it helps answer your question a little bit.
Yeah, so thank you. I think you did answer the tech spec question. So I guess the development activity is that it's going to go as planned before the implementation day shifted, or is CAISO going to readjust the timeline?
So I think that DAME and EDAM continue to be a priority, and we're not pausing the efforts by any means. So the construction of the code and software changes will continue on. We're not pausing the effort at all. We have a longer timeline to do that development and the testing, and we're allowing more time for testing as well. But we're not pausing any of those activities or reprioritizing DAME and EDAM.
Very happy to hear. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I'm glad to have clarified that for now. Okay. Do we have any other hands in the queue? Okay. It looks like we do.
Janine, I wanted to touch base on the implementation side of things for this. You mentioned earlier that the expectation would be that that would move out probably a year and start in late 2025, I believe you said earlier. I was just concerned, this is going to be I think, a very important implementation, the DAME and EDAM combination. And I'm hoping that we can get that started much earlier than that, more on the lines of how we did implementation for the introduction of the FMM market. I think from both a technical and market structure standpoint that those initiatives are comparable in terms of complexity and importance. So I really want to encourage you guys, if you can, to get started on the market simulation, on the active testing as early as possible, just because I think there's going to be a lot of surprises when we actually get into the details.
Understood, Josh. So I think that benefits us too, not only you, if we still get this front-loaded and as much work done as early as possible, so that we do give ourselves time to kind of be able to see the results and then make any adjustments as needed. So I think that in general, for a fall release, we had already planned to start the market simulation for DAME and EDAM earlier than we normally would have for an annual functional fall release. But now with the shift of the implementation, I think internally we're going to be we're currently having planning discussions. So that's something I can bring back to the team, is just how early can we start the market simulation, even with us moving the production deployment out. And then to your point, looking back at the FMM implementation and seeing what we can leverage from that worked for this as well, including the timeline.
Thank you. That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Josh. Great. I don't think there's anybody else in the queue, so let's go ahead and look at the EDAM milestone slide. Okay, so this should just align with what you see before in the DAME slide. So what I wanted to call out here was, again, so we're expecting we asked for the FERC response by December 21st, and we're asking for an effective date of December 21st for the EDAM agreements and onboarding provisions. So that's going to be one effective date that we requested there in that tariff filing. And then the other is we'll have the deployment in fall of 2025, but the onboarding is when the functionality becomes financially binding for DAME and EDAM will be spring of 2026. So we kind of want to look at it in three different for production, and even in the tariff filing, 3 different milestones there. So I wanted to call that out there, and I'll continue to kind of reinforce those 3 separate activities when we talk about the timeline too. So I hope that clears things up a little bit for now. All right. And then I think that should be the last project slide. So Brenda, I think you can advance forward. Yeah, I think that's the last slide. So I'll stop here again. I'm sorry we're over, but I'll stop here again for any other final questions or comments.
I do see Joshua still unmuted, but let's make sure, Joshua, was that the same? Okay, great. Okay, I think we are good.
All right. Then again, if you want more updates, you can reach out to us at release@CAISO.com or Submitted City, and then you can also join us at the Release User Group Forum, the next one being on Tuesday at 10. Okay, back to you, Brenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Trang. It's a pleasure to always work with you and help out with these upcoming updates. So this is the calendar. Feel free to visit the calendar for the most recent up-to-date meetings. We do have a CRR group next month and other fellow release-related technical user group, a settlement user group. So I am double checking my chat to make sure there's no more questions in queue. But thanks so much for those who are in attendance. Right now we're at 159 peak attendance for this call. Okay, thanks, Trang. We will go ahead and move on to our next group. of subject matter experts from market analysis and short-term forecasting. I will go ahead and introduce Guillermo, who will be presenting first on a few topics, and then he will be introducing his fellow colleagues into the different topics that will be presented. So go ahead, Guillermo. 1 second. Let me make sure this one's correct. Oh, there you are. Guillermo, we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for participating in this call. This is the Market Performance Forum meeting that we usually hold every quarter. Given the timing of this event with the typical summer monthly reports and discussions that we have implemented for the summers, we have put together in the same session the discussion of the July report with the Market Performance Forum meeting. And we will cover first specifically the summer market performance report for the month of July, and then the remainder of the time would be used to go through the standard topics that we covered in the MPPF. Just to have some level setting, you may recall that out of the assessment and root cause analysis that we implemented with the conditions of the summer 2020, we put different procedures in place. And one of those was regarding transparency. That was the reason we started to provide more information, including this type of reports, to socialize how the market, how the systems have performed during these stress conditions that occurred during the summer time frame. This is not the exception. We have done just recently the month of June. Now we're doing the month of July. Typically, we try to have the report posted within the subsequent months. We took a little bit of more time for the month of July, given the complexities and the July events, the emergencies that we have to deal with in the end part of July. And we are ready to start socializing now the report of August by next week or so. With that, we have posted a week ago the July report. It has all the details. It's effectively contained in two sections. The first section is the standard metrics that we have put together for tracking the performance of the summer in general. And the second section is going specific to the details of the events that happened in July. These are, I would say, the critical piece of material that we want to cover today. Now, you may realize by looking through the report and also through this presentation that there are a lot of details, and there was a need to put that level of detail simply because of the complexity and the issues that happened in July. As you will learn through the presentation and the discussion and reading the report, there are too many little things moving together, compounded, that created many of the conditions that we experienced in July. And therefore, there are many details to discuss. That is the reason you may see the slides for this specific section to be a little bit more crowded than usually they are, just because there are too many details. I don't want this call to become a memory test, and we can get the number wrong. So if there is any specific questions about numbers, I would not trust my memory, and I would refer to the report, because there are just too many numbers to have as a reference. So with that reference, let's start the briefing. And again, this is specific to the month of July. And there may be a couple of points that are beyond the concept of the July event, but we are trying to stay very focused on the events of the July, specifically to the events of July 20, 25th, and 26th. Can we move to the next slide, please, operator? Brenda, can we?
Yeah, 1 second. Can I get access to all of the slides? I got my presentation. Okay, there it is.
Thank you. Okay. I would like to go through the conversation by first giving you the overall context of the conditions of the events, and then go deeper into the specific nuances of the event. And one of the conditions that we have to start with is how we were positioned for the July period. And this is a graph that shows you the historical distribution of the demand levels in the system for the most critical periods of the years, that is the months of July, August, and September. We have incorporated actually June, but the focus right now is these 3 months. This distribution just gives you how frequently certain level of demand has happened through the month, any time of the day. And it's a good reference to understand how critical, how different in terms of demand level the month of July was relative to recent history for the last 10 years or so. When you compare the month of July for 2023 against any of the previous July for the last 10 years, you can see that indeed it's not the most extreme one. It's somehow in the middle range. And the demand was relatively modest. We peaked in July at about 43,500 megawatts. That is a far cry from the 52,000 megawatts of the peak demand that we observed in September of 2022. That is like 9,000 megawatts lower. So for July, it's a moderate level, not the highest, not the lowest, but something in between. And if you compare July versus the previous August of September, you can see that it's even more modest in terms of the peak demand. So in that sense, the demand stress that we have in the system was nothing extraordinary. We have just typical levels of demand in the system. And that on its own is going to lead you to the next question. Then why we have to be dealing with these emergency conditions in the month of July? Before we move into the specific events, let me pass it to Amber, our Director of Short Forecasting, so that you can get a sense, because we need to start looking more holistically in the West. What you see here is the demand for CAISO area only, but we're an interconnected system. So there are implications and dynamics created by conditions that goes across the whole West. Next slide, please, and I will pass it to Amber.
Morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about what occurred in July throughout the Western interface. So you can see that in the areas of the West, we have everything from above average temperatures, much above average temperatures, and record warmest temperatures. The record warmest temperatures were really concentrated within Southern California and then the desert Southwest area and then into Texas. When you dive into the report, we do put some more figures in the report. These temperatures that were above normal as well as record warmest were across both the maximum temperatures of the day as well as the minimum temperatures of the day. So the minimum temperatures for July came up and in addition to the maximum temperatures coming up. When you look at California as a whole, even though we were above normal in the month of July for the California ISO BAA, you really see that we started July pretty cool with the July 4th week actually having below normal temperatures. And then as we went through the month of July, we saw days of 5 up to 6 degrees above normal to the climatology, and then we averaged about 0.7 degrees above normal as a whole. When you dive into the EIM footprint, you see that there's a lot of warmer temperatures for that desert Southwest area. So Arizona had constant above normal temperatures, and towards the end part of July, the 17th through the 21st, they were anywhere between 7 degrees above normal to 12 degrees above normal, and then also continued into the second week of July. Similarly, a partner nearby geographically to the PNM system also had substantially warm temperatures those last 2 weeks of the July period, with both of those systems averaging over 6 degrees above normal for Arizona and then 5 degrees above normal for the PNM system. So with that, there was a lot of heat within the desert Southwest. where the California desert also saw some heat, but as a whole, the California system averaged just slightly above normal. With that, I will pass it back to Guillermo.
Thank you, Amber. Next slide, please. Okay, that is one point of reference, how extreme the demands were for the CAISO system. Now, when we approach the end of July, we have 3 days, July 20, 25th, and 26th, in which we have energy emergencies. On the 20th, we have level 1. On the 25th and 26th, we have watch. And now let's try to connect the dots here. If demand was not an issue, we were dealing with these emergencies. The graphic in the lower part highlights the times when we have these declarations of emergencies. And the common theme you can see here is that they are happening anywhere between the gross peak, where we have to meet all our demand, towards the net load peak. The net load peak is simply demand minus wind and solar. That is when all the solar goes away, we have to sustain the demand and the increase of the need for supply, because now we have to replace that generation. That has become the most critical time of the day to operate the system. And in the lower left, you have the times and the values of the peaks, both on gross and the net peak. And you can see that there is a very nice alignment between the emergency times and the times of the peaks. And not surprisingly, these are the most challenging times of the day. Now, why we have these emergencies? And can we move to the next slide, please? Let's start first from the far-looking projection. We have the resource adequacy capacity. We have the monthly shown array values that come into the system. Eventually, they evolve towards the operating date, the operating time. There may be outages coming in place. In the report, we have posted the values of and the levels of the outages that we have. But when you look at from the first glance of the shown array available and the forecast peaks, plus the operating reserves that we have to meet, that is what makes all our load obligation, forecast plus operating reserves. And you compare that against the available array shown capacity, that is the line in green in the upper right corner, you can see that the difference between the bars and the line is really the supply margin that we are projecting to have across any days of the month of July. The second part is the month of July. In that sense, when you look at from that perspective, start with, we have enough shown array capacity to come and be able to meet our demand. Now, as we approach towards the operating day, the very first opportunity we have to see the more realistic picture of what capacity is available to meet our forecasted demand comes when we start running the day-ahead market. And that is the lower part of the plot. You have here the 3 critical days, the 20, 25th, 26th. And the shaded area in blue stands for all the resource adequacy capacity that was effectively available through the market to be dispatched. The portion on the top in green stands for the non-array capacity. It could be capacity above the array or simply non-array capacity. That gives you the total supply that is available in the system to meet demand. Now, there are 3 trends here in different colors. The one in purple is simply the load forecast plus the operating reserves. That is the load obligation we have to meet. When we add the ROC adjustments, that is the adjustments that we account for uncertainty that goes by hour, by different times of the day, that gives you the next trend, that is the one in blue, that is going to be obviously higher. That means that if uncertainty realizes, that is potentially the demand that we are projecting to have to meet with the available supply once we move into the real time. And then if we take a more extreme case and we assume that we're going to be able to clear all the self-scheduled exports, that gives you the last trend, that is the dotted gray line on the top. So you compare the shaded area supply available versus load obligation, either the purple or the blue, we have healthy margin of supply to be able to meet our load obligation. And this is the second point of reference of why we have the emergency. We have modest demand, we have healthy levels of supply margin. Next slide, please. One area that historically we have tracked is how well the resource adequacy imports coming into the system perform. And in this case, July, it was a good performance. You can see for the static imports that we have, and this is just reflecting CPUC jurisdictional imports, static imports only for the peak hours. And over 90% of the RA imports came into the market, so that capacity was there as expected. That is another reference point to have in mind as we go through the discussion. Next slide, please. Here is another moving piece of the puzzle, and that is taking as a reference the conditions that we explained earlier about the wider, more extreme heat that we experience in the West. Even though the demand in the CAISO was relatively moderate in the range of 43,000 megawatts, there was a lot of demand needs across the West, and mainly in the desert Southwest, as you can see. Another moving piece of this dynamic is that as part of the market, we are able to clear imports and exports, not only the RA imports, but any economical imports that are willing to participate. On the same side of the coin, we also have the exports. Exports can come into the market either day ahead or real time. They can participate economically or with price taker positions, meaning they are willing to take any price for the sake of clearing certain megawatts. For those that have previously contracted resources, non-RA resources to support the export, they can actually come with this high priority that place them at the same level of priority as the CAISO own demand. Short story, we have, as part of the market mechanism, this ability to allow exports to come and participate in the market, and based on economics, they make it at certain level. What you have here is the profile of the exports that eventually were tagged in the system for these critical days. And the color code is for the different regions. We didn't want to put this by balancing area because there are just too many, and the colors are not meaningful anymore once you have more than 10. So we aggregated by some regional definition the different exports that were flowing out of the CAISO system. California accounts for all the areas that are part of the California state. Pacific Northwest, all the entities that are in the Northwest. There is one group that is called Other, and that captures all the balancing areas that are not part of the Western energy balance market. The other classifications, the other regions are associating only EIM balancing areas. And when you see the colors, you can see that the dominant portion here is the one in purple that belongs to the Southwest. And not surprisingly, that aligns with the explanation earlier today about the heat and weather conditions. There was a lot of demand for exports in the CAISO system, and given the supply margins that we have, the market found economical to be able to clear this level of exports. These exports, just to give you a reference, are quite large in terms of volume to historical trends that we have seen. Next slide, please. That will give you a broader sense of the exports activity that we have seen, at least for this summer. If you take a reference of the exports that we have, let's say last year, I would say they were in the range of 4,000, 5,000 megawatts. As you can see this time, they are easily reaching and exceeding, in some cases, the 9,000 megawatt level. And there's an interesting dynamic. You can see that this level of exports was not only happening for these critical days of July, it was basically across the month given the conditions of the demand levels. And they are quite large. Now, this is a third point in reference as to how we get into the conditions of the emergencies for July. when we look at from the point of view of the market simply sees this participation of exports, and the majority of those were price takers. They are willing to take any price. When you see the day-ahead prices, and the day-ahead is effectively the first opportunity to clear those exports. When you see what prices materialize in the market that allow this level of exports to clear, you can go through the hourly profile. You can see typically low prices in the middle of the day, higher prices spiking even to the range of the bid cap in the evening peaks. That is not surprising for this time of the year. And when you compare that against, let's say, a bilateral reference, external power prices like those from ICE, there is a very interesting revealing pattern here, and that happens that the CAISO prices happen to be cheaper than these bilateral trades. And the prices that we compare are these block use prices that are basically on and off time of use. So we just look at, for instance, the 16-hour block for on peak, and we just take the simple average of our prices. Even though we may have cleared the close to the $1,000 price in the day ahead, when you average over the 16-hour block, these prices come down to the level that they are lower than the bilateral prices. So from the point of view of the CAISO markets and the economics that we see on our end, that is based on fuel cost and bids coming into the system, these prices reflected the marginality that we have in the market, mainly the day-ahead market. And therefore, if there are exports with price taker positions willing to take any price, naturally they are going to be cleared at this level of volumes as long as there is supply available to meet that demand. Next slide, please. Okay, so now you have the overall context. We have moderate demand. We have plenty of supply to meet that level of demand. We came into the day-ahead market with no expectations to be short of capacity, and we have very healthy levels of exports cleared. That level of exports naturally are going to reduce our supply margin as we go into the real-time market, because now it's considered like a demand with some priority. If there are tight conditions in the real time, these exports, even if they were put in the day-ahead time frame, they may be reduced if the conditions are ripe. So with this, what really caused these emergencies for the July 20, 25th, 26th? Well, it was not a matter of capacity. It was a matter of rapidly changing conditions developing until the real-time market. Well in advance, we didn't have any projections of shortfalls. In the day-ahead market, we didn't have any supply shortfalls, and they just happened right there in the real time. So when I refer to these real-time, rapidly changing conditions, immediately you may think, well, that's the whole point. You have flexible ramping product in place to be able to absorb these realized changes. Well, the flexible ramping product, as we will discuss later, is specifically designed to cover for realized uncertainty from load, wind, and solar. And yes, there were movements about load, wind, and solar, but there were many other movements that FRP is not designed to cover. And if you have the realization of both concurrently, load, wind, and solar, plus many of the other changes, effectively we ran out of the FRP to be able to cover for any other changes that happen in the system. And I will explain more on that detail later in the presentation. Next slide, please. Now, I have one slide for each of the 3 days, and this is quite busy. I'm just trying to not forget the details because they are important, and tries to go through the sequencing of the events and how they unravel in the real time. And let me start with July 20. That was the first day when we have to declare the level 1 energy emergency. We have, from previous efforts of the summer readiness, these protocols of communications, coordination, awareness that kicks in as early as 8 days in advance. 8 days in advance, we have the first view of realistically what is the demand expected to be, the production of load, wind, solar, outages. We start getting a sense of do we have enough supply to be able to meet the projected demand? And as each day progressed, we start getting a more accurate picture of the supply-demand conditions. And we have these alerts that are triggered based on the level of severity that we may see in terms of insufficiency of supply to meet the demand. Nothing of that triggered 8 days in advance because there was sufficient supply. It was until the day +2 when we start to see that we have reduced levels of supply, the margins of supply, but still we have enough supply to meet our demand. Nothing happens in that D+2 to D+8 just because there was no signal of any supply shortfalls. Then we go into the day-ahead market and we have enough supply to meet our demand plus 4,000 megawatts of uncertainty in the ROC adjustments. That is what we use. Then we move into the real time. In the real time, we have 3 passes: the hour-ahead process, the 15-minute process, and the balancing 5-minute market. The hourly ahead process, that is the last opportunity to secure interties or to reduce exports and commit resources in the CAISO, didn't foresee any supply shortfalls. Therefore, there was nothing extraordinary in that hourly ahead process. We come to the 15-minute market that runs 37 minutes in advance, and there was no indication of shortfalls. It was until we are already leaving the balancing market, the 5-minute market around 7 p.m., when we start to see that suddenly we have shortfalls. And these shortfalls, as each 5-minute market progressed, they just grew and to the point that we reached a level of invisibility of 1,500 megawatts. And our operators have a variety of tools and measurements to assess the health and the status of the grid. One of those is how much supply is dispatchable within the next 5 minutes, 15, 20 minutes in the near projected future. That gives them a sense of how much rampable capacity is still available in the system. We do have an issue that display was not providing accurate information because at the same time the market was running short by up to 1,500 megawatts. That display kept saying that we have over 1,000 megawatts of dispatchable generation that could just ramp as needed. And that potentially may have limited the speed at which operators could have taken actions sooner. That is not the only measurement they take, but is one of the measurements for ramp capability that we have in the system. Then we start to see that the regulation was used. If you are coming short of supply, we start depleting regulation. That is the purpose of regulation, to balance in the 4-second basis what you cannot meet in the 5-minute basis, just to tune in the second basis the balancing of the system. And you start depleting your operating reserve because now you are using that capacity. And all this came out of the result of not one single condition. It was the compounded realization of many different conditions. And that includes that we reduced our supply margin because there were transfers that were projected to be available for the CAISO from the hourly ahead, the 15-minute market, that eventually didn't realize. There were outages and derates from the day-ahead market to the real time, from the hour-ahead market to the 5-minute market. There were resource deviations, and there were instructions sent to certain resources to meet certain dispatch operating targets when you see where they actually operated at, and there was this difference that they were not precisely following the instruction. And there was an impact of fire. That fire indeed reduced some imports. Some of them may have been actually resource adequacy imports because there was this impact on the imports. And now I don't remember if it's only for the 20 or the 25th, but in some cases that impact was also for other balancing areas, not just the California areas. So eventually the CAISO declared the emergency stage 1 at 7:30 p.m. And right after, or about the same time, we triggered the reliability demand response. That was a relief of about 850 megawatts. Again, this is the dispatch of the demand response that we had. How much of that effectively realized is something that we have to assess after the fact, once we get the meter data about 50, 60 days after the fact. But that was one of the first actions that were taken. We started manually assigning operating reserves to those resources that may still have some room. And indeed, our operators at the same time were trying to get a hold from certain resources to comply with the instructions that they were sent. And immediately the operators started to use load conformance to try to gain more supply as possible. Effectively, the emergency ended 1 hour later, and all the conditions came back to normal. And that is how the things unraveled for the first date of July 20. Let's move to the next slide, please. July 25th. This is one where we declare an EA watch. And that was for effectively about the same time, starting at 7:26, it ended at 10 p.m. And when you see the progression of and the evolution of conditions, it's kind of the same story. There was nothing projected 8 days in advance. Only 2 days in advance, we start to see that our supply margin was relatively reduced. Still, we have plenty of supply. We ran the day-ahead market with our load forecast plus almost 4,000 megawatts of ROC adjustments for uncertainty, and the market was able to clear that plus a healthy amount of exports. And based on the previous experience of July 20, our operators were more proactive to try to use more heavily the load conformance in the hourly ahead process to position internal resources to secure more interties and get this better level of demand and export that can be reliably supported through the hour ahead process. And as part of the solution, the HAS process eventually may start reducing exports, that is the demand side of the equation, based on the priorities. If there is not enough supply to meet all the forecasts of the CAISO plus all the exports coming into the system, the first set of actions is to go through the reduction of the exports by first not clearing any economical exports. If we still are in imbalance, the next step is to move into reducing what we call the low priority exports. These low priority exports are price takers. They can come from the day ahead, they can come directly into the real time, but they are price takers. They don't have any priority given based on any contract. They are just price takers willing to pay any price. And if we still have that condition, what is going to happen next is that the market is going to start reducing high priority exports at the same priority of reducing our own load to become basically infeasible in the market, signaling that indeed we don't have enough supply to meet our demand. What we experienced for this day of July 25th is that as part of the solution, the market determined that we have to reduce up to 4,800 megawatts of both economical and low priority exports. And that was the most critical hour, our ending 19. There were 2-3 more hours later that have less levels of reductions. At the same time, the ISO earlier in the day was providing energy emergency to other areas. Remember, these are, even though CAISO was moderate, relatively speaking, in terms of conditions, there were other areas with emergencies in the West. We were not the only ones. And part of the good utility practice is to help each other in these conditions, and the CAISO was providing energy emergency to other balancing areas when they face some conditions. And at around 7 p.m., the CAISO started to see the same dynamic we saw on July 20, where our supply started to become short. We didn't have enough supply. And the HASP market considered that we would be okay as long as we reduce these 4,800 megawatts of exports. Compounded to that complexity, this specific day of July 25th have very significant congestion in one of the main corridors in the California system. This corridor is called Pass 26. It's not one single line, it's a series of elements, and there is indeed a more complicated definition of constraint that is not just thermal limitation, but also security-based definition. And that is what we call the PAT26. It's a nomogram, it's a CPS 6410. That nomogram is quite complicated to operate and to manage because, again, it's not just a thermal limitation, it's a security-based limitation. It takes into account the consideration of the physical flow, but also it has part of the definition, something that we call the RAS. This is a remedial action scheme. In order to maintain the reliable operation of that path, there could be an action to arm supply and demand related to that constraint. So effectively, you can assess how much demand or load or supply you can drop to protect that element. And that goes into the mix of defining what the transmission limit is going to be applicable for that PAT26. Well, this constraint, together with the underlying elements that Midway-Vincent were actually binding because there were conditions. We have a line limit rating change. We have an issue in the model that impacted this constraint. I will elaborate that more later. And the loading was relatively high, so the conditions were ripe for that constraint to be binding. The complexity of having all these other issues compounded with the congestion on PAT26 is that when that constraint gets congested, it basically splits the north from the south, price-wise, supply-wise, and we have a healthy amount of separation of supply between the north and the south. So if you have increasing needs for supply, naturally the system is going to move up generation. But if you move generation up from the north, now that increase in generation is going to hurt the congestion because you are pushing prevailing flows on that 26. So the motivation for congestion management is to actually reduce generation in the north. But demand-wise, the motivation is to increase that supply. Is this trade-off of what the market has to find between the two? That was one of the main conditions. Now, we start going into the same dilemma that we start to see our operating reserves getting thinner. And eventually, when we were already operating in the hour, we came to the realization that out of the 4,800 megawatts of exports that were asked to be reduced, about a half, 2,400 megawatts, didn't follow through. Effectively, if our export resource was scaled to be reduced, let's say from 100 to 20 megawatts, we expected that eventually the export flowing would be 20. That was what the market projected. When we see how much actually was eventually tagged and flowing, it was not the 20, it was the 100. So there are some areas of improvements here that we are working. Some of those are already through different BPM language that we have issued already. But the fact that this export didn't follow through has further implications because now, until the last minute in the real-time market, in the balancing market, we realize that we have extra 2,400 megawatts of demand that was already not projected to be there. And when the hourly ahead process, the 15-minute market projected what supply was needed, it was taking into account that it wouldn't have to worry about this 2,400 megawatts that now has to deal with in the real time. That put extra strain in the grid because now we have to find out where to meet this extra supply, and it has to be done in the last minute. Even worse, that level of exports, given where they were located, most of them were in the southern part of the system because it's an export. Actually, more exports in the south hurt congestion on PAT26 because now it incentivizes more flows on that PAT26. So it also exacerbated the congestion, which in turn exacerbated the tightness of the supply because we can no longer move more supply from the north. So it was a full circle of implications by having this dynamic. Eventually, we declared the energy watch at 7:26, and we start recalling the emergency energy that we were providing to other areas. And at some point, the CAISO start to reducing manually after the fact, in the hour, some level of exports to try to rebalance the supply that we have to meet in the system. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the third last day of the July event. We have already experienced the uncertainty of what happened, how things play for July 20th or July 25th. Proactively, we declared this emergency watch for the 6 p.m. through the 10 p.m. period. We were not projecting to have any supply shortfall similar to the previous days. We no longer have that significant congestion in the system related to PAT 26. And we continue to see that high level of demand for the system in terms of exports coming into the system. The CAISO continues to use basically the same practice we have been using in recent days, including the load conformance. And you can see in the report that we have up to 5,000 megawatts of conformance using the hourly ahead process. And one thing that we did additionally for that day, based on what we observed in the previous days, is that one of the imbalances that was created was by the fact that in both the hourly ahead scheduling process and the 15-minute process, the market balances supply and demand, including the EIM transfers that may come in or out of each balancing area, including the CAISO. What we saw is that in the hourly ahead process, in the 15-minute process, there was a projection of healthy levels of advisory imports coming into the system. When we move into the balancing market, because many other things happen in the wider footprint, that transfer didn't realize. That transfer not realizing poses a problem because first, that was still considered additional supply that we have to balance the market in the hourly ahead and the 15-minute market. And based on that, we may not have to issue additional commitments, we didn't have to clear additional imports, or we may have actually cleared too many exports, counting on that advisory transfers as part of the supply. Now, when they don't realize in the 5-minute market, we don't have the opportunity to recall these exports, or we don't have the opportunity to bring additional commitments in the last minute. So it creates this imbalance between the markets. Based on that, what we started to implement effectively for the peak hours of July 26 was the the limitation of relying on the import transfers for the CAISO area. CAISO, like any other balancing area, can define how many transfers they can allow to flow between any pair of adjacent balancing areas. What we did is to limit to effectively zero the amount of transfers that can come from any balancing area into the CAISO. And that was only for the transfers that can be optimized in both the hourly ahead process and the 15-minute process and the balancing market. So that if they were projected in the hourly ahead process and they don't realize in the 5-minute market, we don't mind because we don't allow them to even clear now in the hourly ahead process. That was to effectively limit the reliance of the CAISO area from external transfers. And with that, we have a clearer picture of realistically what is our supply availability with internal resources, with imports that can clear in the hourly process, with the level of exports that may be supported in the hourly basis, and don't have to realize on these advisory transfers that eventually may not realize. And we continue to do that for these peak hours. At some point, a couple of weeks ago, we switched for 1 hour earlier just because of the daylight is converging to be early in the day. And that proved to be helpful for the conditions that we were dealing on July. And that obviously opens the discussion later as to what else we are planning to do in regards to the dynamics between advisory transfers, internal supply, clearing of hourly interties. That is still a discussion pending to happen in the future. And this is in a nutshell what really the emergencies were about. Now, through this point, we have explained, relatively speaking, the general items of the conditions that led to this event. still, we haven't answered yet exactly what was moving, what was changing so quickly in the real time that put us in this condition. I already signaled about the advisory transfers, but the transfers are the byproduct of other movements. There is no market participant bidding in for a transfer. There is no balancing area defining how much transfers are going to clear. The transfers are only a byproduct of supply-demand imbalances in each area. And these are the ones that are cleared through the market. If we have total supply in one area of 1,000 megawatts and total demand of 1,100 megawatts, we know that there is an imbalance of 100 megawatts. That imbalance in that area is going to realize as a transfer. If it is short of supply, it's going to be an import transfer into that area. Otherwise, it's going to be an export. So these transfers, again, are the byproduct of the supply and demand matches that are done through the market. Okay, before now, I go into the second part that is trying to give you more color into the specific dynamics that we observe on these days. Let's see if we have questions. And okay, I see somebody already raising the hand. Operator, can we open the line, please?
From APS, can you hear me okay, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, sir. So going back to July 25th and the 26th, one of the things that we noticed here in the Desert Southwest was we noticed extremely longer HASP runs that took place. And one of our biggest concerns was we started seeing those cuts come in after roughly around T-minus 38, right? 38 minutes before that target hour, we started noticing some of those adjustments, curtailments, and things of that nature occurring right during the 5th RTPD. And I'm wondering, due to the plethora of what you talked about, different conditions taking place, especially with Path 26, and possibly, not sure if you had other software implementations that occurred earlier in that day. I know that there was other work streams happening with the T-minus 58 adjustment, but I don't think that had anything to do with this issue. But in the Desert Southwest, we did notice that, cuts and curtailments came in extremely late, all right, giving us 30 plus minutes to try to react with our fleet with respect. And the one thing that we noticed, especially looking at those market event logs, was the longer HASP runs that occurred, specifically our ending 18, 19, 20, and 21, starting on July 25th. And we believe that that led to some of these late cuts happening. And then as the real-time market at CAISO, when things started to get optimized, I believe that might have left you blind as far as you thought these cuts were going to happen, but they came in so late that possibly tags weren't adjusted or things weren't done or things were commitment overrides happened because of how late it came in, that maybe those megawatts showing up led to some of the lack of visibility with that demand spiking up for CAISO in the RTM. But again, just want to point out, we did see extremely long HASP runs and we saw extremely late cuts up to T-minus 37, T-minus 38 on 2 separate occasions.
Yes, and thank you, Danny, for bringing this. We tried to add that color in the discussion of the report. I don't remember the page number, but we indicated precisely the dynamics that you're indicating. Now, just to put in context, yes, you are right. At least for the 25th, we knew that our hourly ahead scheduling process was running too tight to the time that we have to have in place to effectuate the cut. So the market was challenged to get a solution on time. That is part of the complexity of the case that we have to run that day with all this congestion in place and the complicated solution to find. So eventually it has came like in the last minute available to be able to send the instructions. That has now implications because there is a process after that all the expected reductions are expected to happen at certain time frame before the next run kicks in so that they can be on time. And now with so many reductions that we have expected for that hour, totaling in megawatts about 4,800 megawatts and dozens of records to process, That other system that is the one that effectively materializes the reductions was slow to process that many. So it has to queue that many processes. And that is the reason that eventually the cuts came late to the point that we missed the first interval of the out because of that time. Now, to put in context, when we assess the level of exports that were not performing by the instructions, we knew that the first interval wouldn't be a good reference because of this noise introduced by the run or the timing of the run. So purposely, we look at the end of the hour to see how much of those, after all these timing issues were addressed, how many of those exports still were not performing. So, but granted, there were challenges, and that was part of the solution that we explained in the report, that the running time was slow. And that impacted not only the hourly ahead process, at some point also impacted the 5-minute market, precisely because of the complicated solution that the market has to find to deal specifically with the PAT26 congestion. Thank you for the comment. Operator, do you have any other question on the phone or through the WebEx? Operator? Brenda, do we have any issues with the operator?
No, I will check with her separately, but we don't have any questions in queue.
Oh, I see now 100.
Oh, yeah, we do.
On the list.
She's unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Carolyn Carine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Caroline.
Hi, Carolyn Carine, EMS for End Users Forum. I had some questions as people on the biweekly call know regarding the reduction in the assumed imports. So about 4 minutes back, you were explaining that if an import can essentially be recalled in the 5-minute market, then you don't use it. What are and so you made it sounded like there were some imports that couldn't be recalled in the 5-minute, and those were used. So the question is to clarify: one, are there imports that are firm that so is there that category of imports, and were you allowing them to be scheduled?
I have hard time to understand specifically what the question is. Can you clarify what you mean by recall?
Well, sorry, that you were saying that imports can disappear. So that you're counting on an import, it's there in the hour head, it's not there in the 5-minute. So
I get it. Yeah, okay, I get it. Thank you for the extra detail. Let me start by trying to unpack the concepts here, because that may create some confusion. There are two types of transactions that we are using interchangeably here, and they are not the same. On one end, we have the concept of intertie schedules. For those, we are talking about the resources that are defined in the system as imports or exports. They are bidding by a scheduling coordinator, and they can control how much they want to clear based on the price, based on their position. They can submit a bid. They come and participate in any of the markets. Once they clear through the day ahead or the hourly ahead scheduling process, they are done. Typically, 95% or more of those imports, exports are hourly transactions, and therefore, after the hash market, they are done unless there are conditions happening in the last minute that they are required to be curtailed. But my point here is that they are under the control of the entity scheduling and bidding those resources. That is different, and that, by the way, applies only to the CAISO area, that is the concept of intertie transaction. That is different to the other concept that I was referring to of the advisory transfers. Transfers are a concept of the Western energy imbalance market and has to do with the movement of power from one area to the other. They are not intertied transactions. Nobody puts a bid or a price taker position to determine how many transfers they want to flow on a given path. These transfers are the result of the market optimization, and they are not controllable by any means by any participant. Participants can define, balancing areas can define how much transfers in total they can limit to the different paths. But once they set that limit, it is the market that defines how much is going to flow. Now, when I explain going from the hourly ahead process to the 5-minute market, I didn't refer to for them to be recallable because nobody's recalling these transfers. What is happening is that based on the conditions seen by the hourly ahead process, the market optimization estimates how much transfers can flow into the CAISO, what we call the import transfers. That is the key point. When we go into the 5-minute market, based on the conditions of the 5-minute market, these transfers can be anything else. Can be as much as we projected to be in the hourly ahead process, or it could be something else. It could actually change direction, not because somebody else took an action explicitly to manage that level of transfer, but because that is the reflection of what the market can find to transfer. In that sense, I refer to advisory transfers in the hourly process because they are advisory, because they are going to be re-optimized, reassessed once we go into the 5-minute market. And again, that is not under the control of somebody bidding in a certain way. I hope that
these
clarifies
the advisory transfers, when they're changed close to real time, does it have to do with the mechanics of the grid and the flows on the grid,
Yes.
or is it changes to some other? Is it solely based on the engineering flows of the grid, either in the CAISO or a different interconnected entity?
It will be based on the overall conditions of the system. Resources have moved in different ways. The solar is not shining that much. Some resources may have gone on outages. Any changes in supply and demand that happen from the hourly ahead process to the 5-minute market eventually are going to impact the level of transfers that are projected versus what is realized in the 5-minute market.
So as an example, if from, say, the Southwest was anticipating a large amount of imports from, and some of it, a good portion of it was from just making up from solar, and they had clouds roll over right before the start of the hour, so they had less power. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about? Then they'd have to reduce the export, which is an ISO import, because they had less supply.
Yeah, but I want to be very clear. Nobody is, when you refer to day, that there is no day. It's the market that is finding that is the best solution, given the prevailing conditions of the system at that time that have changed one way or the other with respect to the early run of the market.
And when you say the market, you mean the computer?
Yeah, the market optimization, the market clearing process.
You're not talking a human, you're talking all the different computer programs that run.
No, this is the market clearing process.
Yeah, I just want to make sure when you said the market that you were talking about the computer. Okay. Also, when we were having these problems, I was wondering, did convergence bidding have an impact on the did it just so happen also, was there convergence bidding, and how did that impact those hours?
They will have no impact on the changes happening intra-hour in the real-time market because they are liquidated in the 15-minute market. And these changes happen intra-hour, 5-minute market, and therefore there was no interaction with the virtual bidding.
Okay. I was thinking also, how things cascade. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your patience with my question.
You're welcome, Carney. Okay, Brenda, do you have anybody else in queue?
No, we do not have anyone in queue. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Okay, let's keep moving, please. Next slide. Now, the second part of the presentation is just giving you some hints of more specific details of the different moving pieces that we have. This one is just to portray how rapidly, how dramatic the changes on the 20 happen when it comes to the supply changes that reflected in how short the CAISO area was to meet the demand. The construct of this matrix is as follows. We have rows and columns. Each column stands for every 5-minute market run. The first column is indicating 1845. That means that is the market that runs for binding interval 1845 to 850. And the value in the entries are going to stand for the amount of shortfall of supply. If it is empty, basically there was no projected shortfall of supply for that specific interval. Now, each column has multiple rows, and each row stands for the projected advisory time frame in the near future. So even though we are finding the solution to send instructions for the timestamp of 1845, we also, as part of the market clearing process, come with what the solution is going to be for 1850, 1855, 7 p.m., and so on. We cover a horizon in the future of up to 10 5-minute intervals. And that is the reason for each run, for each column, you can see this horizon. That horizon doesn't remain constant at 10. It shrinks or expands depending on the time of the hour. And there is some logic why we do that. When you start looking at the early time frame, 845, there was no supply shortfall projected. Not for the binding, not for any of the advisory. And we keep going. When we go to the second interval of the hour ending 20, that is 1905. That is binding interval 1905 to 1910. That first binding interval didn't project any supply shortfall. However, it started to project that in the next 5-minute market, we are going to start to see some infeasibility. And you see that for basically the rest of the horizon, there was a projected infeasibility in the range of no more than 300 megawatts. 5 minutes later, at 1910, that infeasibility that was 5 minutes ago projected to be 183 megawatts now has grown to 300 megawatts and remains in the range of 300 megawatts for the rest of the horizon. 5 minutes later, at 1915, that infeasibility now grows to 491 megawatts for that first interval. And you can see that subsequent intervals indeed project to be almost 900 megawatts of infeasibility. Short story, you jump forward to the period of the criticality here, 7:30 p.m. That first interval now has an infeasibility of over 1,500 megawatts. 20 minutes before, there was no infeasibility. Suddenly, in a matter of 20-25 minutes, we came infeasible by 1,500 megawatts. That was really the rapidly changing condition that we see that deteriorated so far that we ended up in this emergency condition. Next slide, please. What happened? What changed such that in such a short period of time, we ran so short of supply? We assessed what changed across the footprint. And as I indicated, this is a wider footprint market. Changes in one area is going to have implications in the transfers, and that transpires into a second level of impact to other areas based on how they were projected to be used. This is a very simplistic summary of the different changes that we have between two specific intervals in July 20. And you can see they are all over the place for the different technologies across the different balancing areas, the same aggregation that we have for the exports, we do it here. California, Desert Southwest, Central West, and Mountains, Pacific Northwest. And what are the changes that we saw? Well, we saw multi-stage generator units that were scheduled to transition from one configuration to an upper configuration. Once they moved to an upper configuration, the market gained access to additional supply. These transitions either didn't complete it on time, they were delayed, or they actually didn't happen. Therefore, the market was projecting to have that supply and eventually didn't have it. We have naturally uncertainty realizing some renewables were producing or projected to produce less than what was projected in the earlier market. That is nothing wrong or unexpected. That is the whole reason we have the uncertainty product in the market. Some other renewables indeed were moving up, but we are looking only on the downside, what we lost in terms of supply. There were other resources that have derates and outages happening between these two time frames. They were available by certain range at 7 p.m. They were no longer available at 7:30 by that much. We have some manual dispatches that impose some limitations for resources to move up that was not originally in place when the market was projecting for 30 minutes later. We have some storage resources that, given all these dynamic conditions that happen in the horizon, their condition has to be reassessed. And even though they were projected to be available at 7 p.m. in the near future, when you come at the critical time, there was not enough state of charge because they may have already been used for regulation. And that is one of the reasons we have these enhancements for regulation. And now they cannot support the expected schedule. And they have to hold back the discharge, or in some cases, actually, they have to charge. There were imports reduced for the CAISO because of impact of fires. Some others were impacted for the basic schedules in some areas in the West, and that reduces the overall supply across the entire footprint. That in turn is going to impact the transfers. And some resources didn't follow the instruction. We issue instructions every 5 minutes to all supply resources. The expectation is that by the midpoint of the horizon, they have to reach that target point. When you see how much actually they were producing, you can see that they were not following the instruction. The picture that you have here in the lower part is just a sample of 6 different resources, how they deviated from the instruction. In some cases, there may be some storage resources that were projected to be discharged, providing supply to the system. At that time, they were indeed charging, taking demand in the system. Some resources were projected to be dispatched at certain level of supply. They were basically at 0. Some of them were just lagging to follow the instruction. Short story, that is capacity that eventually we were projecting to have, that the market was making the best assessment of how to project that supply. 5 minutes later, that didn't realize, and now we are short by that much. In the report, we have these different breakdowns of organizing these supply changes. Not following instructions, I believe, reach up to 500 megawatts and so on. So all these numbers are in the report. Next slide, please. Now, we have to consider that when I point to these sample cases of the storage resources, similar to what I mentioned to the multi-stage generators, we have to recognize that we are dealing with a new dynamic here. These are brand new technologies that we all, participants, plan owners, the CAISO, are learning how to efficiently operate those resources. We have spent many years tuning and improving how we dispatch conventional resources, and batteries are just here around the corner coming in this massive volume. So these stress cases really give us the opportunity to stress test what we can do better to improve the operation of those resources. There are many complexities by the inherent nature of those resources. Being energy limited on its own poses a big challenge of how we can efficiently dispatch and operate those storage resources. And this picture portrays that complexity. That is also in the report, and this summarizes the total dispatches of storage resources. The black dot that you have in there at any 5-minute market is the binding interval, the instruction that we actually send to the storage resource to follow as an aggregate. Then there is a line with different colors starting from that black dot. that line that propagates further into the future is the set of advisory dispatches, is the trajectory of the dispatches that the market is projecting to have for the next 5, 15, up to 45 minutes later, based on the conditions that are known by the time we are running that specific market interval. When you compare one black dot to the next one, you are looking effectively how we redispatch resources from that interval to the next one. When you compare the two trajectories emanating from these black dots, you can see how the market reoptimized for the whole horizon. So you pick any trajectory in the middle of the plot, you can see that, let's say, the black dot is around 2,500 megawatts. Next interval, the next 3, 4, 5 intervals, the market was projecting, given the conditions known, that it could actually increase the dispatch of these storage resources by almost 700 megawatts. 5, 15 minutes later, you come and said, oh, actually, that projection didn't realize. The black dot continued to be around 2,500 megawatts. So all that projection of gaining 700 megawatts of additional supply from storage didn't realize. Not because they didn't follow, simply because the market now has changed based on the conditions changing, such that now it has to reoptimize these storage resources. That is the complexity of trying to optimally and efficiently dispatch these energy limited resources. And we have gone for the last 2-3 years into different policy initiatives to try to leverage and understand the complexities to better design the market to manage these resources more efficiently. There's still more way to go on this, but it highlights the complexity of making sure that we can efficiently dispatch these resources. Next slide, please. Another piece of discussion that has been of interest for different parts of the market community has to do with the priorities of exports and the wheel-through transactions. This is another area that we track closely in the summer report and has to do with the level of wheels that first come into the system, either as high priority, low priority, and how much of that we are able to implement, to clear in the market. Generally speaking, we were able to clear all the high priority wheel-through transactions in the month of July. At some point, specific to the July 25th, we have to reduce up to 376 megawatts of lower priority, this should be wheels. These low priority wheels curtailments were right because first they were low priority, they were needed to manage the congestion on Path 26, and after further investigation, we have found that indeed much of these 376 megawatts of lower priority wheels were indeed high priority wheels that were properly registered in advance, 45 days in advance, as high priority, and they were approved, but the scheduling coordinator incorrectly bid those wheel-through transactions into the market. They should have taken certain actions, certain steps in the bidding process to ensure that the wheels carry the high priority transaction, but through the bidding, they effectively gave the wheel-through a lower priority. That is not something wrong in the market. It was more of the bidding of the scheduling coordinator. Once that bidding was done that way, the market simply realizes the priorities that came in, and if they were low priority, they were rightfully curtailed based on what the market information was. We have coordinated with some participants, and now they better understand how they have to properly bid those wheel-through transactions to ensure that they can carry the high priority if they have been approved for that. Next slide, please. Prices, and this is interesting because generally speaking, when you see the prices, you expect that the prices are going to track to the conditions of the system. Here you have the comparison on a daily basis or hourly basis for the month of June and July. When you see the prices in the day-ahead market, you can see that the prices remain relatively modest in the range of 400 megawatts, or sorry, almost $500. And again, remember, in the day-ahead time frame, we didn't foresee any limitations of supply, so these prices may reflect the actual supply balance conditions that we have in the financial market. When we come into the real-time market, now you can see that in some cases of July, specific to the days of the emergencies, we have healthy prices reaching close to the $1,000. And when you see on the right-hand side, those prices accrue specifically in these critical hours of the gross peak towards the net load peak. So price-wise, we could see the signal in place there. Next slide, please. Let me touch again on exports. I think there is a lot of interest on this area, and for a couple of years we have tried to properly portray the level of exports, because there are many types of exports. There are exports associated with will-through transactions. These are going to be clear. They come in balance. An import with an export, they balance out each other. They don't impose additional supply or demand needs to the CAISO system. It's a pass-through. And therefore, they don't represent a burden for additional supply. We have also exports associated with ETCs, TORs. Again, these are like granted, contracted transmission rights. The rest is really what flows out of the CAISO system, and they could be either economical, directly participating with a price quantity bid. They can be price takers with low priority coming directly in the day-ahead market or the real-time market, and some of those may be the ones with resource adequacy, non-supporting array resources that will be granted the day-ahead priority. When you see the full set of exports, well, you can see here is a couple of interesting parts. Taking aside the will-through transactions, the ETCs, that reduces by a straightforward 2,000 megawatts. And these 2,000 megawatts of exports are not additional burden to the CAISO system. It is the rest. So it's anywhere between the above the purple group. And these groups account for the high priority that are with their own supporting resources. The rest is really the additional burden to the CAISO system. And the majority that is in blue is the day-ahead low priority, meaning they are coming as price takers in the day-ahead market. And if they are clear, now they have better chances to come into the real time and get clear, because if they clear in the day ahead, they are going to get a slightly higher priority into the real time. Just slightly higher than the real time low priorities, but not higher or equal priority than the day ahead than the high priority export supported by non-array resources or the CAISO loads. And this is important because when we were going through the issues of the July 25th, we understood and we realized that there was a lot of confusion in terms of what the expectation of managing those exports were. There was some expectation, some confusion that, well, if I am clearing the day-ahead market, now I should be firm and be able to flow through. That's not the case. Getting clear in the day-ahead market, the only thing that guarantees is that you get a slightly higher priority than those coming directly into the real time. But that's it. There is no firmness because you still have to be assessed on the conditions of the real-time market. We have indeed posted an FAQ and also a document explaining the basics of the priorities. That explanation actually is part of the appendix of the July report in case you want to have that as a reference. Next slide, please. This is the trend that we saw for the exports that have to be reduced in the hourly ahead scheduling process. All those concentrated largely on the July 25th and July 26th to some extent. You may see some orange color for other hours earlier in the day. They actually are economical. So these are not reductions. This is simply economics that if they put a bidding price, they are not in merit to be clear, nothing to be concerned with that. The rest are self-schedules, high, low priority, and we can see how they were reduced. The majority of the exports reduced on the July 25th event were in blue, and that belongs to those that were participating from the day-ahead market. They got cleared in the day-ahead market, they come into the hourly ahead process, and now they have to be reduced. There is also a small portion of the exports that belongs to the wheels. These are in purple. These are the 376 megawatts I explained earlier, that they were reduced because of the congestion on path 26. Next slide, please. Advisory transfer. I already gave you the spoiler here about the dynamics that we experienced for the EIM transfer. These are advisory in the hourly ahead process, in the 15-minute market, and they may change based on the overall conditions of the system and the economics as we move through the market. What matters eventually is the realized transfers that are from the 5-minute market, because they are realized by the time the resources are issued the instruction to follow. And this is the profile that we have for the transfer for these 3 days during the periods of the emergency. These are highlighted in yellow. And there are very dramatic changes in some cases, and that is precisely the reason we took the actions on July 26th to mitigate for that variability introduced or uncertainty introduced by the not realization of the transfers. And indeed, you can see within the highlighted section of the July 26th how the transfers collapsed after we reduced the dynamic transfers starting now ending 19. It was all over the place in the range of almost 4,000 megawatts in red, and it just collapsed to basically zero for the subsequent now. That was the consequence of having this dynamic limitation now imposed on the import transfers coming to the CAISO. Next slide, please. And this is a very simple way to see the implications of imposing that limitation on the dynamic transfers. The left-hand side before the red line stands for the volumes of the import transfers coming to the CAISO during these peak hours. And after we implemented the change, that is the amount of transfers that we're still allowed to come into the CAISO. Remember, we just limit the dynamic transfers. There are still other type of transfers that are static, that once they clear in the 15-minute market, they don't change in the 5-minute market. So there is no concern with losing that advisory transfer because effectively they are binding. And the small portions that you see after the red line is precisely because of the static transfers. And what does that mean? It means effectively the CAISO is relying less on transfers from the EIM market to determine what is its supply condition and position to meet its own demand by that time frame. And if there are needs for additional demand, that has to come from either internal supply or by increasing intertie imports or reducing intertie exports. Now, I have to say, and this is something that we knew would be a consequence, and I believe some participants have seen that. One byproduct of this limitation imposed is that somehow we are isolating the CAISO area from the West because we don't allow more imports to come in. We still allow exports to go out of the ISO. So that consequence means that there is a consequence in terms of not only the megawatts, the supply, also the prices. Now, even if there are other supplies available somewhere in the West that could come to meet that needs of the CAISO in the hourly ahead process, we are not allowing that import to come in. And therefore, we are separating somehow price-wise the CAISO from the rest of the system. So not surprisingly, the implication is that we are going to have, as a result of this, higher prices in the CAISO area for the hourly process that are not binding, but also in the 15-minute market, because we are limiting ourselves to meet our own demand with our own resources. And the consequence that is going to be the price separation, higher prices in the CAISO versus any other balancing area for the time where the transfers are of material difference. And we have seen that in subsequent days. Next slide, please. Another point that I indicated at the beginning of the explanation is this projection that we have to estimate how much ramp capability we have in the system, not only for the next 5 minutes, but also for the subsequent intervals up to 45 minutes in advance. We have this counterfactual assessment of how much capacity was indeed available. Ramping capacity was indeed available for the critical hours of the emergency days, when the operators have this display showing that they have over 1,000 megawatts of supply. And you can see that dramatically the system ran out of ramp capability by the time we reached the critical time. In cases like July 25th, much of that, if any capacity available, happens to be in the wrong place because it was located in the northern part of the system that eventually could not move up because of the congestion on Path 26. Next slide, please. Prices, well, not prices, but the consequence of the dynamics that we see operationally and through the market eventually are going to be reflected in the cost. This is a standard metric that we have captured for the different periods of time we have analyzed in the summer. And you can see that, yes, there is a trend. It's an increasing trend of cost in the month of July, simply because our demand levels are increasing. And the cost is the byproduct of settling higher demands potentially at higher prices. And when you see the breakdown of two key factors that we track, the real-time offset, that is energy or congestion, you can see how that spike is specific to the days of the emergency. And that indeed is largely because of the congestion that we observe on Path 26. On average, you have a daily cost of $52 million per day for the month of July. The highest was about $100 million for July 27. That is relatively higher than what we have seen in June or previous months, but quite lower to the reference of what we experienced, let's say, in the summer 2022, when I believe we have some daily cost of over $300 million. Next slide, please. Now, let me touch quickly on congestion. This was an issue of material impact for the July 25th. There was very little for the 20th, even though it was still there. This is like a Picasso because it's just all over the place. And this shows just the prices of the nomogram constraint, the complicated nomogram Path 26 constraint. And you can see the prices across the three markets, HASP, FMM, RTD, going from basically a few dollars all the way up to over $1,000. Once you start reaching the level of the $1,000, that is a good indication that the constraint may be infeasible to be managed. There is no effective movement to redispatch resources and gain congestion management of the constraint. And once you are there, effectively, there are no movements of resources because there is nothing else left to manage the constraint. And it varies between the markets. And that's really what the operators were dealing with, concurrent with all these other supply changes. This was just an extra element that compounded the complexity of the July 25th day. Next slide, please. What happened? Well, that congestion suddenly showed up on July 25th. There was very little on the 20th and the 26th. There were different factors impacting that condition to create the congestion on the path. First, we have lower limit rating. That is part of the transmission work, and that reduced the transfer by about 500 megawatts. We also have operators having to manage that operation, that constraint dynamically in the real time, at sometimes with higher or lower margins. That adds an extra 500 megawatts. And then there is another piece that I haven't explained explicitly, and that is that in addition to these physical-driven conditions of managing the constraint, we also have a model issue in the market by the way we account for some intertie transactions that are common between the CAISO and a couple of balancing areas that are part of the Western Energy Imbalance Market. It's only for that combination of transactions that are common between CAISO and that area, because each area has to be modeled to account for these transactions from their own point of view. And the model issue that we have is that the accounting of these common transactions between the two areas were not in alignment. And effectively, we double count the portion that is counted for the CAISO and the portion that the other balancing area is counting for. That double counting of these common transactions effectively induced additional flows on the path 26 because they were located in these critical locations, and therefore it created additional flows in the range of up to 500 megawatts on that path 26. So right there, for these days, you have about 1,500 megawatts extra that typically you don't see at play, but because of these three conditions happening together, you get that congestion. And that congestion created different effects. The first one, obviously, is that it limited supply from the north. Even though we needed more supply to meet our increasing needs for supply due to the demand and the loss of other supply, the generation in the north was limited because of the congestion. The reduction of many of the exports that we saw in the market, in the hourly ahead process, was indeed driven by that congestion. In order to manage that congestion, we have to reduce exports. And that congestion indeed complicated the management of the dispatchable generation just because it gets in the middle of trying to redispatch resources. Next slide, please. Okay, one of the last pieces I want to cover here has to do with the basic intent of having the flexible ramping product. When we talk about all these changes, the natural reaction is that, well, you have flexible ramping product in place to precisely handle these supply changes. As I indicated, yes, to the extent that these changes are related to load, wind, and even solar. The changes that I explained earlier today were in addition to those. So we have changes of other type of supply. And therefore, we don't expect that the FRP is going to be able to handle all these supply or system changes. When we focus narrowly on the performance of the flexible ramping product, this case is indeed a good case to see how well it performed, because there was uncertainty realized. So this plot has two pieces. The first one, that is the light blue, stands for how much requirements and procurement we have for FRP. That is how much we expected and put aside to use in case uncertainty realized. There is an upper and a lower bound in this envelope that just captures the upward and the downward flexible ramping product. And the dark blue, that dark blue stands for the actual uncertainty realized for load, wind, and solar. And if you place at the time of the emergencies for July 20 and 25th, you can see that the uncertainty realized for load, wind, and solar were about the same amount of procurement that we have. So the market properly positioned the capacity expected to be needed to handle and absorb that uncertainty realized. Next slide, please. With that, we have to assess how well, if we have the capacity set aside, how well the market actually used that capacity to absorb the uncertainty. Here is where you get mixed results, because depending what day you look at, the conclusion is different. If you look for July 20, that is the plot on the left-hand side, you can see that generally speaking, we have a very good performance of FRP because all the capacity that was in there was basically used. The portion in gray is the portion that for some reason could not be utilized, but that is the small volume relative to the dark blue. In particular, on storage, you can see basically they were not able to provide the FRP capacity expected because of these complexities of managing the state of charge. When you look at the right-hand side, that is the picture for July 25th. And the conclusion is quite different because effectively you have very little capacity actually utilized from FRP. And when you see the color code, the main reason for not being able to utilize the FRP is dominant with one color, and that is the blue, and that is congestion. It happens that because of congestion on Path 26, we clear FRP capacity in the market in the wrong place, in the northern part of the system mainly, or in the areas that get stranded because of congestion on Path 26. Remember that when we implemented FRP, we went live on February 1st, only enforcing thermal limitations that we call the base flow gates. Only until the first week of September is when we effectively implemented the application of nomograms to the FRP. By the time we were dealing with these emergencies, we didn't have nomograms enforced for FRP. The congestion that we happen to have on July 25th happens to be in a nomogram, the nomogram for Path 26. So the market, it's not that the market didn't clear that capacity properly, it's just that we didn't enforce the constraint yet to give an opportunity to the FRP to clear the capacity where it was actually needed. Now, interestingly enough, we knew that that was a massive, significant congestion on the Path 26 of that day, to the point that even a standard supply was being stranded. So what if we were to enforce that nomogram? We did that counterfactual, enforcing the nomogram to see how different the picture would have been for FRP. And the results are kind of interesting because instead of the market able to find additional or different supply to meet the FRP needs, what actually happened once you enforce the constraint is that the market couldn't find additional capacity for FRP. And therefore, it relaxed, it violated by 1,000 megawatts the FRP requirement. If we were asking for 2,000 megawatts, it can just give you 1,000 megawatts. The other one is the price response of the market to reduce the FRP requirement. So materially, you end up in no better place because in the end, you couldn't get that FRP capacity, and that is as expected. So in that case, there was not a significant material impact by not having that nomogram enforced because the end result would have been about the same. The CAISO couldn't have that capacity to be utilized. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think this was misplaced. It was related to the congestion, so we can skip it. Let's move to the next one, please. This is, in general terms, all the dynamics that we could see and assess impacting the July events that led us to the emergency conditions that we had. And out of this, similar to what we have done in previous assessments, we have a series of items that we have identified that we need to address, to fix, improve, and think about what else we can do better for next time. And they go from the simple, straight ones that there is something not working right, we have just to clean it up and make it right. There has been a lot of discussions, and indeed, there is already a BPM change requested. I think that is the BPM change PRR 1527, where we are going through the change of practice to ensure that when the CAISO is issuing reductions of exports, by the technology solution that we have, and these unintended actions that the exports can continue to flow is not happening anymore. I would suggest you to track that BPM change. It was put somewhere in late August, and right now it's in the pending final decision. And that is going to give you some color of effectively what technology changes we are making for closing that door. The other piece is that we are working with the impact balancing areas, a couple of balancing areas in our system, to harmonize the modeling and consideration of common interties between the CAISO and these areas to ensure that there is no double counting. Right now, we are doing some further assessment and testing of that fix, and there was expectation that that could be placed actually this week. The display that may have created some limitations for operators to more quickly realize of the dispatchable capacity has already been addressed. That was implemented on September 13. Next slide, please. And going more into other areas, we have also activated the nomograms for the flexible ramping product. That was already a work in progress. That was already the schedule that we have. The July events of 2015 just exposed why we need to have also nomograms enforcing the system. That has been already implemented. I believe it's actually the first week of September 7. And we will continue to assess how that works. We still have the assessment pending to do for contingencies, because now we have flow gates, now we have nomograms. We are missing to account for contingencies, and that is the next level of assessment that we have to do. There is also a need to ensure that we have updated procedures for the management of PAT26. As I indicated, this is potentially the most complicated constraint that we have to manage transmission-wise in our system, because of all these 30-minute, 4-hour limitation rating, the RAS schemes associated with that, the limit that we used to use in the market has to be a translation of what the actual limitation is in the real-life system. And there is need for that, because the 2050 exposed that there is still area for improvement in that part. And there are a couple of other changes or improvements that we have to do. One of those has to do with recalling that we have certain triggers to happen when we have this type of emergencies. There was one change, an enhancement that we implemented back in 2021 summer readiness to provide import incentives that has to be triggered once we have an emergency. That was not happening for this case of the July events. It's a miss in our procedural steps. And the consideration of load conformance, I think, as I explained in different MPPFs, we took at heart the need to assess the need and utilization of the load conformance across the market. When you see the July events, and that comes to the other side of the spectrum to consider what are the implications when we don't have other type of solutions, and we need to have the reliance of the load conformance. And more importantly, I think there is more on the open space of policy discussion, that these events really highlight the complexity that we are not dealing just with weather-based uncertainty related to wind, load, and solar. This case highlights the fact that there are other operational risks that we may have to factor in and potentially do it in a more sophisticated way rather than just having a load conformance. This may stem from exports not following through the resources, the resource deviations, and many other cases that are beyond the weather-based uncertainty. And the last one that is also in the space of the policy discussion is we have had this discussion in the previous resource efficiency evaluation regarding the role of the EIM advisory transfers and how that interplays with load conformance and the clearing of interties. The July events highlights that dynamic, that interplays, and I believe there could be still a space for further discussion on that. That's all what we have prepared for today's discussion regarding the July events. Before we move forward with the standard part of the MPPF, I would like to ask the operator and Brenda to see if we have any questions.
Thank you, Guillermo. I do not see any questions in queue, but I'm double checking with the audio only questions. Do we have any? Event producer? Hearing none, Guillermo, we have no questions at this time.
Okay, so I think I have actually a logistics question, because this is the material we have for July 25th, the reminder of the presentation is more about the standard topics of the MPPF. The schedule was to have lunch time between noon and 1. We are 8 minutes away from noon. And we have many topics to cover. Now, we can try to cover the first topic. We may have to go a couple of minutes past 12 and come back to the next topic after lunch. Or do you want us to stop now and just start fresh with the second part of the presentation after lunch?
Let's go ahead and start with the first topic, and then we will definitely end at noon or 12:05. We are okay with the timing for your portion.
Okay, so let me just give the intro, and then I will pass it to Abhishek, that is going to start covering the second part of the MPPF. You may see that we have a lot of material to cover, and I'm not hopeful that we're going to be able to cover every single topic. So we may have to cut some corners here and there to try to touch on these topics. The second part of the presentation is market issues, hot topics that we have. The second part of the second part is the standard metrics. I have no expectation that we will have time to cover the standard part, but if at least we have the time to cover the first part of the MPPF, I think that would be useful. There are very timely topics. And I will pass it now to Abhishek to cover the first topic, that is the congestion revenue update.
Okay, Guillermo, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks a lot, Guillermo. Yes, so can you go to the next slide? One more. So basically, I'll just go over the CRR update, and these are pretty much the standard metrics that we have discussed in the past MPPF forums and other forums as well. So this is just an update of what between last discussion and this one, how did the CRRs performed or not, right? So can you go to the next slide? Okay, so this is an update then what we have been producing in the past MPPF as well, and this basically compares the CRR notional value. The CRR notional value, if someone is new to this, basically this is the face value of the CRR awards. And this is basically that before the implementation of the pro rata logic, what would the CRRs awards and what would be the payment for those CRRs would be. After the pro rata logic that we implemented back in 2019, there was obviously an introduction of the offsets. And the offsets are basically the reduction of the CRR revenues by constraint level basis, on a constraint by constraint level basis. So the bar in blue shows you the CRR deficits across the months starting from January 2021, and the bar in yellow is the adjusted payment. So basically the difference between the notional value and the deficit is what would be the adjusted payment that we would be providing to the CRR holders. Obviously, when you have a deficit, you would be having a surplus because it would work both ways. So the surplus at the end of the month plus the auction revenues is allocated to the measured demand. So this is just giving you a seasonal trend that you would see some higher notional revenues in the summer months and the lower notional revenues in the winter months. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this we have discussed this matrix before as well. This is an actual counterfactual that we have, which basically compares what the current settlement is, that is the pro rata funding settlement, versus what the original settlement would have been if we didn't have the pro rata funding. So the blue bar shows you that the settlement that we have currently that is allocated to the measured demand versus the green bars in this, where the counterfactual basically where what would have been if we didn't have the pro rata funding. So it shows you that there is a significant difference, and you would see that the surpluses that you are getting across the months are allocated to the measured demand. So just gives you a comparison of those. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this matrix, this is an update that we have had, and this is an auction efficiency matrix. And we have had the discussion in the past before the implementation of the pro rata logic. Basically, this matrix is just a simple comparison of the cost of acquiring a congestion revenue right through the auction market versus what the revenue of holding that CRR once it is settled in the day-ahead market, eventually paying out those congestion revenue rights. Basically, it's a ratio of the cost of acquiring versus the payout that we would be providing to the CRR holders on that particular CRR. Ideally, the ratio in this case, I mean, in the ideal scenario, the ratio should have been around 80 to 100%, because that means that the cost of acquiring a CRR would be exactly equal to what the payout would be. Obviously, there are these variations that you would see, and it is shown in the purple dotted lines. You would see variations where in some months you would see that the ratio is around 50%, and you would see around 25 to 50%. So the low ratios in these charts basically means that the payouts, the CRR payout, the CRR payments are much greater than the cost to acquire the CRRs. For basically the July and the August month, you would see that the July is around 100%. That means whatever you're acquiring and you're paying out for the same one, the ratio is 100%. However, for August, it goes down to around 50%. Can you go to the next slide? Yes, so basically now when we talk about congestion, CRR is the next step, but before that it comes with the IFM congestion. So this is basically whatever the IFM congestion rents that we collected in the day-ahead market. And this is just for the last 4 months, starting from May to August 31st, just shows a daily trend of whatever the IFM congestion rents that we collected. As expected, for the month of May and June and early July, the congestion rents was relatively lower. And as Guillermo discussed previously, that there was during the heat wave events during the 25th and 26th and 27th July, we did have extremely high congestion in the day-ahead market as well. So that eventually shows up in the IFM congestion trends and the spike that shows during the heat wave events. Again, you would see a trend that during the summer months, during the heat wave events, obviously there would be some of the transmission elements would be congested, obviously because there might be some derays, there might be some outages, which might be causing these congestion trends to increase. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so after the congestion trends, this is a trend that I wanted to show, basically the notional revenues. So, I mean, it is a little busy. There are too many elements in these charts, but I just wanted to show that there are a lot of elements. It is a lot of elements that are constituting to the total notional revenues that we get. It is not just one element or the two elements that we might be concentrating on. There are significant other elements which are binding and which are congesting. So it is distributed across the constraints, different constraints that are binding and causing these notional revenues to increase. Obviously, you see a higher trend during the heat wave events, and there are certain elements which might be binding. There might be outages and delays that might be causing these elements to bind across the month, and we do look at it on a daily basis. What elements, what are the reasons that it is binding? We do validate these constraints and the prices going in the day-ahead market, definitely. So just wanted to show that this is across the transmission elements. This is across the different congestion elements that are binding across the month. Can we go to the? So this is the CRR payment starting from 2019. This is wanted to show what the trend of the CRR payments are after the pro rata adjustments. This gives you the trend that obviously there was in the month of summer months, you do see the payments increasing because of higher congestion. And in the winter months, you would see that there are lower payments because the congestion is lower in the day-ahead market. So it just gives you a trend of how the CRR payments have been across years starting from 2019. So after the CRR payment that was on the system level, this gives you on the constraint level just for 2023, starting from January 2023, what are the different elements that were binding? As Guillermo talked about, there were a couple of elements that were binding in the July and the August timeframe, the mid-wave instance, which is related to Part 26, that was binding. There were outages that were causing them to bind, and you would see that the payments accrued is concentrated on a couple of elements for a few months. However, it is you can see that there is an other factor as well, which is significant as well. That means that there are other congestion transmission elements which is distributed across the network, which is binding as well. Can you go to the next slide? So part of the market parameter policy initiative, we did introduce a concept called the offset revenue impact, and there have been a discussion in the past. We did provide a little bit of more discussion in the stakeholder process as well. So basically, there have been instances where we have seen that the offset revenues have exceeded the notional revenues, and it means that if you have $100 $1,000 of notional revenues, and there have been instances on lower kV voltages where the offset revenues are greater than the notional revenues. So what we wanted to show that what is the impact that we are seeing when we see a flip in the sign, whereas when there is a notional revenue and there is a charge that is happening because of the offset revenues. So the impact that we are calculating, how do we calculate the offset revenue impact? In this, basically, I've just provided a small example what it means. So the notional revenue, if you see a notional revenue of $2,000, and in a normal instance, when you see an offset revenue of $2,500, which is much greater, that means it's a reduction, it's a deficit. You need to reduce it by $2,500. But based on the historical, and there are different ways of looking how we can calculate offset revenue impact. There are different ways of doing. This is just one example. This is just one way of analyzing it. So what we did was we looked at the historical percentage of offset for constraint by constraint basis, and what is the percentage that you see on that constraint, and take that percentage and apply that percentage to the offset revenues. Basically, now in this example, when we apply the historical percentage for this constraint, we would see that it is the historical offset revenues on this constraint were around $1,200. So the impact would be $1,300 for this particular case, for this particular example. And it would be applied to payments and the charges. That means if the notional revenue is a payment, or if the notional revenue is a charge, what is the impact that you see from the offset revenue basis as well? So based on this calculation, yeah, go ahead, go to the next slide. Yeah, based on this calculation, I just wanted to, we analyzed it across starting from January 2022 to August 2023. What kind of elements are most impacted due to this offset revenue impact? So what we've seen is most of the times the flow gates which are 100
Hey, Abhishek, I think we're cutting off. Let's go ahead and get you back. If not, we will. Abhishek, we can't hear you. While we wait for Abhishek, I know I have Seth Cochran from DC Energy. Go ahead and ask your question if it's very quick. If not, submit it through chat while we get Abhishek back. Go ahead, Seth.
Yeah, Seth with DC Energy. Thank you. I'm just trying to understand what you're showing here. So I think I'm just going to lay out what I think you're trying to show. So today we know that shortfall can exceed the notional payout on a CRR. And are you then trying to figure out the impact of that on congestion revenues generated in the auction? Is that what you're trying to ascertain?
No, so this is basically what we're trying to do is that if you, and this is just one way of looking at it, right? So this is what we're doing. So if you have a notional revenue on a particular constraint, which it might be a revenue, right? It might be that is the face value of the CRRs that would be awarded. Now, in the case of pro rata logic, if there is a reduction on that constraint, and if it becomes a charge instead of a revenue, after you apply the offset revenue, right? After you apply the pro rata logic, it becomes a charge. That is the impact that we are looking for.
Okay, well, why isn't that in your slide 124, or I guess 125? Yeah, that slide. Why don't you just take the notional revenue and the offset revenue? What's all this historical stuff about? Why is that necessary?
Yes, and that is the reason I said, right, there are different ways of looking how you can analyze it. Either what you can do is you can cap the notional revenue at 2,000 and you can say that the offset revenue should be $2,000, that's it. And the 500 is an offset revenue. That is the excess amount of revenue that was collected on top of the notional revenue. So there are different ways of looking at it. This was just one way of looking at it, saying that what was the historical pattern that we have seen on this constraint from the offset revenue perspective.
Okay, when I think of it, I think about the dollars that are coming out of the market participants' hands, and that would be the $500. So they purchased the CRR for, let's say, $5. The notional value payout in the day-ahead market is going to be $5. But yet there's all this shortfall that's like $7. So now they're out. They're $5 that they purchased for it, and they owe CAISO $2. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Said, let me argue a little bit on that presumption, because that implies that you believe that there shouldn't be any pro rata allocated to that constraint, and that is not the case, right? The approach that Abhishek is describing is considering that, like many other constraints in the system, even those constraints are going to be exposed to some pro rata. It happens that there are some extreme cases where that pro rata goes negative, but taking just the notional revenue as the benchmark is not accurate, because we know that even that constraint should be reduced to some extent. So going back to the notional revenue is going to give you a too optimistic view of what the issue here is.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you, Guillermo. That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, can you go to the next slide? Okay. Yes, so can you go back one slide on? Yes. So this is the total when we talk about the offset revenue impact. And when we talk about the offset revenue impact is what the calculation then I showed that there would be some impact on the offset revenues only in the conditions where the signs have flipped. It's not across all the constraints. It is just whenever the situation is where the notional revenue is a positive and the offset revenue is a negative, and it's higher than that, those are the conditions that we're looking for in this particular offset revenues. So whenever we see across the month, and we see that the trend, when the main attribute that we have seen on the offset revenue impact has most probably been on the flow gates, which are lower kV voltages. That is across the 115 kV line voltages, below the 70 kV line voltages, flow gates, which are the lower kV voltages. And obviously, you see a trend as well that there are there's more congestion during the summer months, and you do see that the offset revenue impact is a lot more during the summer months as compared to the winter months. As you can see that from October to the June, there was a lot less impact on these offset revenue impacts as compared to the summer months. So now when we combined all of these offset revenue impacts and put it into different buckets, you can see, as I was saying before, that these the most impact that we have seen on the lower kV, that is across the flow gate at 100 kV level, 115 kV level voltages, flow gates which are lower ones, have the most impact on these offset revenue impacts. I just wanted to show the trend, and this is across starting from January 2020 to August 2023. What kind of flow gates are most impacted? That is what I was trying to show in these charts. So an update, just wanted to provide an update what the market parameter policy initiative we already have. ISO completed the stakeholder process. ISO completed the stakeholder process to address the issue of shift factor threshold applied to aggregated location, and that was for the B labs and the trading hubs. The Board of Governors and FERC approved this proposal. There was a software patch that was put in the stage, and it was applied to stage and in production. The patch was applied in production on September 13th. So we're still monitoring the performance of the software patch. The next stages of this would be definitely we can look into a more detailed analysis on the CRR performance after, as we gain some time and we have some time to look into it, we can definitely provide more analysis on this CRR performance. So that's it from the CRR side. Any questions?
Hi, Abhishek. We don't have any questions. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. And after that, we will go ahead and wrap and continue our topics for the 1 o'clock time frame. So we can go ahead and make sure we have everyone there. But other than that, thanks, Abhishek. And we do see those chat questions, so we'll be answering those once we get a moment. But appreciate it. Right now, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Just going to go ahead and add that slide deck for that one break slide, just to have everyone reminder. Hopefully, we could come back here at 1, and we'll kind of start about 102, 103, just to give those topics. But thanks so much, everyone. Hold on tight. Let's see. Thank you, everyone, for those who are still with us. We are going to be starting soon for our afternoon update with the Market Performance and Planning Forum. We'll make sure we get that recording on for the afternoon session as well. We did have about 180 attendees this morning, so I'm hoping if most of those attendees were able to make it for the afternoon session, that'd be great. If not, we will have this call recorded and posted shortly next week. So we'll give everyone a few minutes to join us for the Market Performance and Planning Forum. And we did get a few questions in queue from the chat. So thanks so much for those who submitted questions. We do encourage, if your questions are not answered, feel free to reach out to us at our ISO Stakeholder Affairs email, and we can definitely answer those. But I'll go ahead and I'm gonna give a few folks a few minutes just to join us at this time. Great. So I'm seeing the number of attendees going up, so that's great. We're going to go ahead and start our recording with my event producer. Hopefully she's there. So at this time, I would like to give the floor to Amber Motley, who will be providing an update or opening statement for the group and their topics that they'll be sharing today.
Perfect. Thank you, Brenda. And welcome back after lunch. I hope that you guys will have enough energy to get through some FRP flexible ramp product requirements. So the forecasting group has put together some slides as it relates to the FRP requirements. As you know, we put in an enhancement to the FRP requirement logic in February of 2023. We continue to monitor the performance of the requirements throughout that time, and this is the first time that we've been able to look at the summer performance of the FRP requirements. So Hong's going to walk us through those different components, but we'll also dive into a couple examples with some EIM entities and some requirements that they have where you see some movement in the requirement that's happening over time. We do expect the FRP requirement in the new method to adapt, to move, because you have new forecast information coming in, slightly different than the histogram approach that was taken before, and really explain what those movements are getting driven by and what is causing them in the set. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Hong to walk us through some of the measurements, and then Zach to talk about some of those specific examples. So Hong, take it away.
Thank you, Amber, and hope everyone can hear me right. And I'm going to cover the FRP requirement, the performance measurements. We have before different measurements to measure the performance. The first three was posted or covered in the last MPPF in May. Then its coverage. The coverage between the histogram and Mosaic is about the same. Mosaic is a little less, and we are going to see we continue to see this same comparable coverage. Requirement is about the same in the previous study and the previous, and then we see the average estimated requirement is the Mosaic is less, is comparable to the histogram. the exceedance, the mosaic, the exceedance is less. That has been reported in the simulation study as well as in the previous comparison. So basically, we just going to report the coverage and the requirement exceedance for the mosaic itself, not make the comparisons of histogram as the main topic. So in this MPPF, we are going to propose a new measurement, which is the breakpoint for the exceedance, because the reason for this new measurement coming from the observation, the ISO and the EIM entities, market participants have observed the mosaic is requirement moves a lot. So the natural question to ask is whether this movement, what's the benefit of this movement? So the this new measurement, they're trying to measure the well, generally how much the break point, what's the requirements, average requirement when the uncertainty exceeds the requirements. So we'll see what the measurement looks like. So all this is trying to, the first is trying to, coverage is reflected reliability, requirement is how much cost, and how much exceedance, how much risk, and the fourth, the exceedance of break points is how effective of the requirements. Then the go to next slide. Next slide, you can see the those are coverages only, as I said, only be going only in future forward. We only reported the mosaic, the coverage. The coverage is hovering along the 90, 95-ish. That's then the for both the up and downs. Up is more stable, and down is a little variable. And then the that's the measurements for the coverage. Go next slide. We quickly pass some list of this. So you see the requirements as expected. The EIM area in the summertime. Oh, by the way, all these x-axis is still mislabeled. Should be January, February, March, and till December. It's not each day in January. We corrected some of those, but this is still some leftover. We are going to make the correction, get those right. So each bar is represented the average of the requirement for each month. So you can see the summer month in June, July, and June, July, August is higher because that's on the surprise. The requirement is you reflect the uncertainty. You have more solar, your load is more, the forecast you may have more variable, and so a little hard, a little challenge to forecast. Okay, go to next slide. And however, you can see even the exceedance is pretty much flat, and except the 2 months in springtime, and something happened there, and but generally look at the FRU is kind of flat. The for EIM is hovering around 250, average 200, 250, 200, 250, and for EIM area. So these are they are stable. The mosaic is have this stable exceedance, and since we have this 95, 90% coverage, so exceedance is not really jumping around that much. So now go to the new measurements. Go to the next slide. Is the breakpoints. Is how effective, why this more mosaic is a little more move around. Then we can see how effective of these breakpoints. You can see the mosaic breakpoint is way low than the breakpoints of the histogram. Then in the EIM area is 1/2 or less than 1/2, close to 1/3 of the the breakpoint of the histogram. The H is standard for the, on the first column is FRUH, second column is FRUM, and you can see is basically is Mosaic is doing this job. They capture or catch all the higher uncertainty. So basically, it's when we needed a higher uncertainty happen, we have a higher requirement to cover it, and we may miss a few of the low ones of the, but we're supposed to capture all the high ones. So go to next. The same happened in the FRU dump. Go to next. So you can see the move. When you see the blue line, it's more move around in a day. That's the April 5th this year. You can see the stable constant threshold is not trying to adapt to anything, and that's the orange line is flat, and they have the really just there. Then the histogram purple line is based on the hourly. They have little more way to adapt the different hours of the sunrise to sundown. And however, you can see the blue line, the Mosaic requirement is more adaptable. So look at the EM1, the sunrise sundown time. We have more requirements on both ends. So yet on this particular day, the Mosaic captures on the downside, captures some of the uncertainty, did not captured by the histogram. And then all this blue line is the requirement for from Mosaic up and down. Then on the left side, that's the one EM1. On the right side is EM2. So they are a little more adaptable and a little move around. People observed. However, you can see on the EM1, in the middle of the day, over 12, the Mosaic anticipating you have more uncertainty on that particular hour. And on EM2 in hour 14, you have the anticipated, you have more uncertainty on the hour on the April downside. Then but both are not really realized. So people will ask, why? Well, that anticipation on the requirement is based on, well, that's regression. All the regression is based on what we have observed in the historical data. So if we go deep dive to the component of load, wind and solar, then we often can find why you're anticipating high. So go to next slide. For EM1, for this particular day, you can see on the hour 12, we have some high uncertainty in the historical load. The regression is based on. On EM2, you can see hour 14, you have really lower shooting to down, really kind of big on the maybe looks an outlier of uncertainty. So both these will reflect in the first stage of the Mosaic, the first stage of regression, which is for the component load, wind, solar. Someday the uncertainty coming from load, like this day. Someday the uncertainty comes from solar and wind. And put this way, the Mosaic is a little more adaptive, a little more sensitive to what you have observed in the historical data. So this is a load. The second stage of Mosaic regression is for the net load. Can you go to next slide, please? Thank you. You can see all the load uncertainty is over 14 on EM2 is reflected to the net load historical data. on the orphan, there is some dots there. In our 12, that's where the first anticipation on the EIM1 is did not realize the historical data really show you do have some high uncertainties for those over 12. So the anticipation is coming from the actual data. And in summary, go to the next slide. Is mosaic regression have two-stage approach. All this uncertainty from load and the wind and the solar will be more likely reflected than the histogram approach. So the uncertainty, each uncertainty will have higher rate in the mosaic regression, mosaic requirement than the histogram approach. So that's the when we dig up, go too deep, we see all these movements are really in accordance with what we have observed in historical data. So I finish my section. Any questions?
Hi, Hong. We did get a few questions in the chat, but it's basically asking about their acronyms that we present here. So we will make sure if we do have acronyms on our slide deck, we'll be sure to say them out loud. But yeah, thanks so much for those questions. But other than that, we don't have any other questions unless we see one, but no, you're good. Thanks, Hong.
Okay. Thank you all, and be happy to answer all the questions. Next, we are going to let Zach to get further to see why the EIM1 load has such high variability on the hour in the middle of the day. We did a further investigation, and Zach, it's all yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Hong. So as Hong said, we did a deep dive into where that load uncertainty was coming from when comparing EIM1 to EIM2. So we pulled a data set of days where uncertainty was greater than 250 megawatts at any point. So we get a 15-day data set that we did our investigation in. Some of those days on the right that were in pink were some obvious PyTag issues, so we excluded those. But the kind of story and conclusion that we found in this data was that this high BTM solar fluctuation in the middle of the day really drove the difference between RTD and RTPD forecasts, which drove the uncertainty. And you can see in the histogram below, this uncertainty, when this uncertainty is really high, it's not all throughout the day. It's really coming from, a couple choice hours, and that's why you see kind of the tail of the distribution really kind of extending far, and most of the uncertainty values really coming in, less than 60 megawatts of uncertainty. We can go to the next slide. And one other thing I'll point out is that we did, and it's in this slide as well, there was some other confounding kind of tails in the data. We did have some stale forecast coming into the autoregressive model for some days. Really in these February days, they've since been, the server's since been kind of buffed up to kind of get that away. But that being said, regardless, this kind of, it maybe drives the uncertainty a little bit higher, but the kind of underlying BTM findings are really still present. And so this was one of the days from the previous data set. You can see the load profile on the top right, really kind of having this kind of midday peak, and the uncertainty values on the up ramp of that middle peak. You can see RTPD in blue kind of staying lagged below the RTD forecast, and that's where the uncertainty is coming from. And actually on the kind of down peak of the middle peak, that's actually some of the stale load forecast driving some of that uncertainty. But really the max uncertainty is coming from this load fluctuating in the middle of the day, kind of at such a steep ramp. And so if we go to the next slide, you can see on the left is the same kind of triple peak from EIM1. And you can see in blue the renewables just drop out pretty heavily that day, causing that that load increase. And comparing it on the same day to EIM2, you can see kind of this kind of more kind of traditional solar BTM profile, kind of not causing such an abrupt change in load. And so there's less of RTPD, RTD lag going on. So there's less uncertainty in EIM2 because of that. Whereas when these when BTM solar drops out so quickly, it's just hard for RTPD to catch up to RTD. And we can go to the next slide. And this is kind of another day that's pretty common in our data set. You see just with a high, well, I guess we'll go through the load, I suppose, first. You can just see the load dropping out kind of in the midday portion again. And you can see with the RTPD, RTD forecast below, again, RTPD just can't catch up to RTD responding to the load fluctuation as quickly. So that's really driving the uncertainty again in EIM1. If we go to the next slide, you can see that the culprit again is BTM solar coming on really quickly in that period for EIM1, causing load to drop, and then the associated lag of RTPD, RTD. And on the same day for EIM2, you see again much less of a load drop, much less, you know, even if there is a lag, it's so minimal that the uncertainty stays low. And we can go to the next slide. So the uncertainty is essentially driven by this BTM solar generation movement occurring. And essentially that causes the load to kind of quickly respond. And with an RTD, RTPD lag, there's just going to be uncertainty in these kind of quick load fluctuations. And so some of the work that we want to continue to implement is ensuring that the BTM forecasts and actuals are incorporated and capturing the behind the meter impacts. And yes, and so there is still the autoregressive portion that we also will look at tuning, because by lagging or smoothing out some of the autoregressive terms, we could also kind of drive the uncertainty lower by kind of incorporating a rolling average or another way to smooth the autoregressive terms in these models. And yeah, thank you. Any questions?
Zach, there's no questions at this time.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach and Hong. So this is Quinn from Market Analysis. Well, I'll take from here. So in the FRP enhancements, we say there are two major changes. The first one is a new methodology in the FRP requirement calculation. My colleagues have shown the performance measures of the new calculation just now. Now, the second item is a new formulation. That includes a new structure of the requirement constraints, and we also model the deployment scenarios. That's the transmission constraints and WEIM transfer constraints in the model. These scenarios are on the assumption that FRU and FRD awards need to be materialized in the real time or RTD markets. So we enforce these constraints to ensure that the awards are WEIM transfer feasible and transmission feasible from the nodal level. As a result, we will get nodal pricing from this new design. So this is a recap of what we're doing with this new change. Next slide, please. So here is the consideration of the transmission constraint, or we say this is a known limitation from the transmission constraint currently. when we talk about flow-based transmission constraints in the CAISO markets, we have three major types. We have the base flow gates, we have the contingency flow gates, and then the normograms. With February go live, we only activated the base flow gates in the FRP deployment scenario. The intention was to introduce a limited set of constraints to gain operational experience. With the first summer, now after the summer is almost over, starting September 13th, we started to enforce the normograms for FRP. Next slide, please. So there are different considerations why we did that to begin with. One of the big concerns we had was the computational efforts. Here's the daily average runtimes from the FMM runs. As you can see, there is a noticeable change, increase in the runtime from the FRP implementation with the base flow gates enforced only in the deployment scenarios starting February this year. And we have a second line there starting September with the nomogram activation. So we need to complete these real-time market runs within a certain timeline, and performance is one of the key things we consider for this topic. Next slide, please. To get a sense of the relative sizes of these constraints, this slide shows the proportions of the number of the enforced constraints from the three constraint types. As shown here, we have the biggest group is the contingencies that's in light blue. And currently we only have base flow gates through the summer, and we started to enforce normograms starting September. And as you can read from this plot, September we didn't really have many normograms this September, so we didn't see a materialized impact on the runtime from the previous plot. And as we say that we will gain operational experience, and we will evaluate the impact going forward with the contingencies. Next slide, please. Okay, starting here, in interest of time, I'm gonna skip some of the details in some of the slides. So the next three slides shows the frequency of flow gate constraints, binding flow gate constraints in the CAISO area and in the other WYANG areas. So the main takeaway is that we have a fairly low frequency of binding constraints from the base flow gate constraints. So the tiny numbers there, this percentage of binding constraints from that specific month. The month is the vertical columns there. So let's go 2 pages forward. And one more, and one more. Okay, so let me start from here. Changing topics. That was the consideration of the transmission constraints that we're enforcing in the market. And now I'm ready to switch gears to the next topic. Here is about market solutions and procurement. Is there any question before I move forward?
Hi, so we don't have any questions.
Okay.
We're good to go.
It sounds good. All right. So having reviewed the considerations of the transmission constraints, we're ready to shift the focus to the solution aspect. Here, I'm starting with this one statistic as a reference. So with the nodal design, we introduced the term called the passing group. BAA's passive capacity and flex ramping tests are pulled into this passing group to benefit from the BAA diversities. And BAAs that failed either test need to fulfill their own FRP requirements. And this plot shows the composition of the FRU passing group after the nodal implementation. as you can see here, most of the time, the majority of the areas pass both tests. So the passing group usually consists of all the BAAs. And sometimes you see 1 or 2 or 3 BAs that are not part of the passing groups. That's the different color codes down there at the bottom. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the composition of the FRD passing group after nodal implementation. Again, most of the time, the passing group consists of all the BAs. Next slide. Now we're ready to look at the procurement. With the nodal formulation, here is the trend of the FRU procurements over time. We took a couple months before the activation for reference. So the data here is starting from December 1st, 2022, all the way through the end of August 2023, so last month. Each bar here is a daily average of procurement. And for after February, we included all the BAs, both passing and failing. So this includes the procurement from the whole WEIM area. Because we wanted to give a apples to apples comparison. We didn't have the terminology of passing group before. Also, most of the BAs passed the test, both tests regardless. So we included all of those FRU procurement into the summation. And as you notice, the data is categorized by region. So let me clarify here, the concept of region is for this illustration purposes only, not an actual term in a market optimization. The regional procurement, this number here is derived by summing up all the FRP procurement from the BAs within each region. Because we have so many BAs, if we plot all of them, it's hard to tell which color belongs to what. We have a vertical dash blue line marking the activation of the nodal procurement. Over time, the majority of the procurement still comes from the Pacific Northwest region, that's in blue. And one observation you may have is that the procurement from California reduced with the nodal implementation. And this is because, okay, California region here includes California ISO, LADWP, Bank, and TID. And this reduction is from a minimum requirement constraint that we had in the previous version. So with the nodal design, the minimum requirement constraint on CAISO is no longer in place. So now the procurement from CAISO is driven by the overall economics. That's why you see this change. Next slide, please. Okay, this data represents the same information, but it is now presented as hourly average by month. The FRU awards are predominantly sourced from Pacific Northwest region throughout the day, and after February, the peak hours were also supported by California region. Next slide, please. Okay, here we're looking at the trend of FRD procurement. Before that was FRU, now is FRD. Again, there's a noticeable change in pattern after the nodal implementation. The downward FRP is mostly procured from Southwest and California regions after February. Next slide, please. Again, this is the same information in a different aggregation. This is hourly average FRD by month from December to end of August. And after the nodal implementation, we procure FRD from the Southwest throughout the day. And if you see closely, before the widespread summer heat wave started, so I'm talking about the months with probably modest demand, February through June this year, we procure FRD from California mostly in the midday hours. Next slide, please. Okay, if that was the procurement breakdown by region. Starting here, I have the breakdowns by technologies. This is the FRU procurement by resource type. You see the various types of technologies showing up on this chart. And prior to the nodal FRP, there's a large percentage of procurement coming from storage resources. That is the LESR in pink. And after February 1st, the FRU procurement from storage resources reduced and replaced by other resource types. And going into the summer, the main resource types getting FRU awards we see from the chart are generic non-generating resources, as GNRC in orange, followed by water, that's light brown color there, and storage resources, LESR in pink, and finally gas in green. Next slide, please. Same information presented in hourly average by month. FRU from water and generic NGRs, we get them throughout the day, and after nodal implementation, the storage resources, that's the pink color, tend to support the evening ramping hours. Next slide, please. Same breakdown on the downward side. So this is the daily average FRD procurement by resource types. We see the large procurements from new renewables on this direction. There's solar in yellow and wind in gray. And going to summer, we're also picking up FRD procurement from gas resources, that's in green. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the hourly view. We have procurement from wind and gas throughout the day and solar from the midday hours as we expected. Okay, let me pause here to see if there's any questions before I switch topic.
So we did get one question. Possibly, I submitted through chat to you. Hopefully you can see that, Kun.
Okay, let me see. Okay, nomogram. Okay, the question is, when was the nomograms enforced for FRP? It was September 13th, 2023. So that was earlier this month. We didn't have nomograms this summer.
And then another question just came in for you. Do you see that one on panelist?
Let me see.
It says, does CAISO have the answer on impact of cost of nodal FRP to CAISO's base load? And also the cost of BTM solar variability. Would you be able to answer that? I can always send it over to you.
Okay. I don't have this measure with me on top of my head. We probably can follow up offline.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Okay. If there's no more questions, we can move forward. We have probably 20 minutes left.
Okay, sounds good. Ready for you guys.
Thanks. So let me see. This is okay. The pricing topics. Okay. This chart shows the frequency of non-zero prices for FRU on the system or passing group level. So before February, before the FRP enhancements, we have WEIM procurement constraint. The shadow price of the WEIM procurement constraint showing up here. And after February is the passing group level. And each stack bar has it broken down by different price buckets. We have covered the pricing topic before in the previous 2 MPPFs this year with detailed examples. So I'll just briefly mention the interpretation of group level pricing here. This chart shows the non-zero prices from FMM markets. And you see the y-axis has 4% maximum. So that means a lot of times we see zero pricing on the group level procurement constraints. And how we explain that is, first of all, we have plenty of supply. We're meeting the requirement from passing group area, so we have a large pool of supply mix. And as we talked about previously, the nodal procurement doesn't have the full set of transmission constraints as of now, as we're gaining experience with the new model. And finally, there's no bid. So FRP pricing is determined by the opportunity cost rather than bids. When we have plenty of supply, we didn't need to back down the energy to fulfill the requirement. We didn't need to relax the requirement constraints most of the time, and demand curves didn't kick in. So we don't have the opportunity cost most of the time. Therefore, we don't normally have a non-zero price on the group level. And finally, I want to mention that now with the nodal pricing, well, with the nodal procurement, we see nodal pricing. So the group level procurement constraint shadow price is just one component of the nodal prices. And we've shown previously a nodal price, a scatter plot of the nodal prices. I think there were more momentum there if you look at the nodal level. Next slide, please. This is just the same measurement frequency of intervals with non-zero prices in RTD, non-zero FRU prices in RTD. So the percentage of intervals we see remains low. Next slide, please. Okay, relaxation. So we have FRU requirement enforced on the group level, and market will procure uncertainty requirements at the group level while respecting the transmission and WEIM transfer constraints in the deployment scenarios. And this requirement actually can be relaxed based on price. When it is not economical to fulfill the requirement, we relax the constraint. Most of the time, we were able to fulfill the requirement. So this plot shows the violations or requirement relaxations for the passing group over the few months. And you can see that the violations, we have low frequency of violations, and they normally show up during the peak hours when FRU is needed. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the same information on the downward side. FRD requirement relaxation, we see low frequency overall. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the last topic I want to talk about. So we want to evaluate the effectiveness of FRP product. And to do that, we want to assess how FRP is utilized when uncertainties realizes or when the product is actually needed. So we have this estimate utilization by taking the minimum of FRU award or FRU procurement versus the realized uncertainty. So this is how we define the utilization. And there are a few, the main different reasons, there are a few different reasons why FRU or FRP may not be utilized. And the main reasons are economics. Economics is when FRU awarded in FMM is not utilized because the LMP is not high enough in the real time compared to the resource bid price. So it is not economical to schedule more energy from this one resource, even though it still has capacity available. So economics is really utilization. But when we talk, previously we had this term of deliverability. I want to make the distinction here. So when we talk about utilization, it's really how much we use FRU. But if we talk about deliverability, it's really focusing on congestion. So that is the second bullet here. Congestion is when a resource is awarded FRU and FMM, but cannot be deployed in RTD due to congestion. And previously mentioned, a known limitation with the current implementation is that we don't have the full set of transmission constraints in the deployment scenarios. And also, sometimes with the deployment scenarios already considered in FMM, the congestion show up in RTD markets was not seen in the FMM run when FRU was procured. So that is deliverability. And the third one, resource constraints. That's on individual resource level. Certain resource limitations may prevent the realization of FRU awards. We see derates and outages, sometimes as an MSG in a transition or on a lower config, or there's other energy limitations. So here are the main reasons when we look at the statistics, keep in mind that there's a distinction between utilization and deliverability. Next slide, please. Okay, here is the a showcase of the utilization from this summer. We took our ending 20 as an example where there's more interesting data showing up. And this is the FRU utilization average. Let me see, hourly average FRU utilization from the passing group for our ending 20. So the blue color down here is the utilized megawatts from the total procurement. And the gray area, or the gray bars stacked on top, are the unutilized portion from the FRU awards, meaning they were procured in the FMM runs, but was not used in RTD. On top of that, we have the black dots. Those are actual uncertainties realized in market. We get that from comparing RTD binding versus FMM first advisory. That's how we define requirement in the first place. So here you see different cases. There are cases where FRP utilization is greater than the actual uncertainty, which means that FRU was used for other system changes. That is a good case. We have cases where actual uncertainty is in the downward direction, so black dots below the zero line, but FRU is utilized. Again, FRU was used for to absorb other system changes. And we have cases where actual uncertainty is higher than FRP requirements. So these cases, we are expecting to see some of these cases just because we're taking the 95 percentile from the requirement calculation. There will always be outliers in the picture. And finally, cases where FRU is utilized below the level of actual uncertainty and requirements. Those are the cases we'll dig in deeper to see why the utilization was not there. Was that due to congestion or something else? Let me clarify the expectations here. So when we see these numbers showing up, we may think, okay, the utilization is not high overall. Is there a problem? The quick answer is no. So the expectation is that FRP will not be utilized all the time. So if there's no realized uncertainty, FRU does not need to be utilized. And FRU needs to be utilized up to the uncertainty level. So if the uncertainty realizes it may be lower than the requirement in procurement, then we don't anticipate that all the FRU procured will be utilized. And there were cases like we saw, uncertainty realizes in the downward direction and FRU is not expected to be utilized from the design purpose. And sometimes the prices may not be high enough, so we don't utilize FRU. And finally, nothing prevents FRU to be utilized when there's no uncertainty realizes. So we see cases where FRU is utilized to absorb the other system changes. Next slide, please. Okay. This is a breakdown of unutilized portion by the different reasons we mentioned. The most obvious thing is that the main reason here is economics. For most of the time, we don't utilize the FRU because of economics. Let me point out here is that actual uncertainty realized is not in this picture. So it's not utilized doesn't mean it should be utilized from this perspective. Like we have some cases on 7/25, July 25, the utilization was low due to congestion. That was one case we wanted to dig in further, and the two main causes were congestion, contingency constraints from PATH 26. Guillermo has mentioned that story before. And on July 20th, we actually had over 80% utilization for our RNA 20, so that was a good indication that FRU was utilized well. Okay, so that is the last illustration I wanted to talk about. This one slide and one slide over, these two slides list all the areas for improvements and further assessment we are working through. And Guillermo has touched some of these items at the end of the July event section. I'm not planning to go over these in detail. So if you have any question, you can reach out to us offline and we'll follow up from there. I believe that is the end of FRP section. Any questions?
Hi, Quinn. There's no more questions in queue, so let's go ahead and move to the next topic while we wrap up almost. Let's go ahead. Next speaker.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes.
Everyone, good afternoon. This is Katie Wickler with the market analysis team, and I have a couple of slides to go through here. So the first topic we'll talk about is assistance energy transfer. So next slide, please. So the assistance energy transfer process went live effective for the July 1st trading date. And the purpose of this assistance energy transfer process essentially allows the WEIM to provide reliability benefits to other balancing authority areas who may be deficient in capacity or flexibility by way of failing the RSE test. So in order to be eligible for this assistance energy transfer, the BAAs need to submit a designation request, and we have a process for that. By 5 business days in advance of the effective date, someone should submit a request from the BAA to opt in. And so that would be a request to the CAISO, and it would include an effective start and end date covering the range that the BAA wishes to be opted in for the assistance energy transfers. Next slide, please. So for the CAISO, there's some additional criteria for the CAISO BAA to assess whether or not to be opted in. This is something that's performed on a daily basis. And so there's a handful of criteria that are assessed. We'll look at the supply sufficiency based on both the gross load and the net load. There's also some criteria that the operators can weigh in about to determine whether or not the CAISO will be opted in for assistance energy transfers. In the event that we do opt in for assistance energy, we will send out a market notice for the period in which we're opted in. And we started assessing this on a forward-looking basis, as I mentioned, for the July 1st trading date. So that did start 7 days in advance of that date. For the month of July, the CAISO BAA did not opt in to assistance energy transfers. If we go to the next slide, we can see that there were 3 WEIM entities that utilized and opted into the assistance energy transfer program in July. Here's just a snapshot of those entities and the date range in which they opted in for July. Next slide, please. There's also a surcharge that's assessed if the AET program is opted into and utilized. There is a settlement surcharge that is assessed for providing that service. And so these two charts just show an overview of the total AET surcharge that was assessed during July. In total, it was approximately $42,000 across those 3 opted-in BAAs. So the chart on the left shows you by day the total amount of surcharge that was accrued. And then on the right, that's just a similar breakdown on the hourly profile. One thing to note is that the surcharge is only assessed when the entity who is opted in fails the RSC test. And that is also assessed against the energy bid cap, which can either be set at $1,000 or $2,000. But during the days that the surcharges were assessed, the bid cap did remain at $1,000. Let's go to the next slide. Any questions on AET before I move on to the index pricing?
Hi, Katie. I don't see any questions in queue. You're good to go.
All right, we can cover these pretty quickly. Next slide, please. So here's a longer term trend that we like to show of next day gas prices for the two main hubs in California, the PG&E and the SoCal Citygate prices over pretty wide range of time. So January 2020 all the way through through August or through the end of July here. And just mainly to show the longer term trends, we see, of course, the spikes from February of 2021 and again in December of 2022. And you can see that in the summer months, this past summer, we did reach some higher pricing levels, but those were relatively on par with the levels we saw last summer. Next slide, please. This is another snapshot. It's a little bit more zoomed into the summer months specifically and shows the Western gas price hubs. We also put in the Henry Hub there for some context, but you can see some price elevation throughout the summer months, really sort of picking up in mid-July, and the SoCal Citygate price did tend to be the highest and did spike upwards of $12 at some points during the summer. Next slide, please. A similar trend, this shows future gas prices for the main hubs. So the futures prices that are transacted for June, July, and August of 2023. Generally a downward trend in the trading, although we did see some spikes as we got into the midsummer trading. Next slide, please. So switching gears a little bit from gas to the bilateral power market, this chart shows next day on-peak bilateral power prices across the summer months for some of the main bilateral hubs in the West. As you can see, the prices for the Mid-C and the Palo Verde hubs spiked pretty significantly on August 16th. I think they reached upwards of $900 per megawatt hour for that trading day. So you can see that spike there, relatively lower, sustained across the summer with that one spike. Next slide, please. A similar trend showing the future bilateral on-peak power prices. Again, some declines in trading as we move throughout the year with some convergence between the Mid-C and the Palo Verde hubs as we move into trading in the summer. Next slide. All right, shifting gears a little bit away from index prices, just wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about daily market costs. So these are all the costs that accrue in the market throughout the course of operating the market. And so we can see here a longer term trend back from December of 2022. We have the total cost in the blue bars and then the average cost in the red line. So we see some higher costs rising during the summer months with a bit of a peak in mid-August as we see in the trend here. Next slide, please. Similar breakdown here, broken down by month. The monthly totals for the summer months of 2023 were generally lower than what we saw this time last year, as well as what we saw for December of 2022. Next slide. Similar breakdown, this is just aggregated by quarter. The Q2 2023 total market costs were about $2 billion lower than the Q2 2022 total costs. And next slide, please. I think this is the last one I have. Again, a similar aggregation. This is just showing on a monthly basis for a longer period of time, 2018 through 2023. We see that the monthly totals for the summer 2023 months were generally lower than the monthly totals from the previous year. And I think with that, that wraps up my section. So I'll hand it back to either Guillermo or Brenda to wrap us up today.
Thank you, Katie, so much. We are wrapping up today. I appreciate those who are on our call today to kind of listen into our market performance and planning forum. Just want to go quickly on the last 3 slides that we have today. Thanks so much to Guillermo, Amber, Zach for his first time here at this meeting, and a few others I haven't been able to mention, Jillian, Frank. So for those who are in the call, make sure to keep an eye out for the updated slide deck. We just sent those out for approval. As well, we have an October Eclipse Scheduling Coordinator Resource Expectation Call on October 3rd and the Policy Roadmap Update, as we mentioned. As a blog, we just updated a new blog. Feel free to visit that for more information. It's really helpful. There's a YouTube channel as well. And lastly, but not least, we do have our upcoming fourth quarter, December 14th meeting. So we look forward to more information on that, and we'll make sure to make it more expand on that to have more availability to go over other high topics that we were planning to go today. But unfortunately, due to time, we're going to close that out today. But other than that, thanks so much for everyone. Quinn, Tobiah, Hong, Amber, I think I mentioned all of them. Abhishek, thanks so much. Have a great one, and we'll look forward to you at the next meeting. I'm going to go ahead and kick off the price formation enhancement working group. So thanks so much.